Hello, my fellow BAs and all other colleagues who are with us today. I'm Eugenia Ovcharenko. I'm a head of the Global BE community, and I'm super proud of being here and opening this great event. So thank you for joining our fourth BE Excellence Conference, where we are going to talk about product-centric approach. Its value setup approach is importance nowadays. Today's event is a bit different from what we had in the past, as it's organized in deep cooperation of the Global BE community and product management community. So let me introduce my colleague, Irina Miranes, who is the head of EPAM product management practice and one of the leaders of product management community. Hi, Ira, how are you today?
Hi, Zenia. Thank you for having me here and actually doing great. Really excited and really happy to see here everyone. Thank you for joining us on this exciting journey into the realm of the product-centric thinking. And we do hope that you enjoy and you will find that very useful what you will hear during today and also November 21st. It's actually essential to know that the concept of the product-centric approach has become increasingly important in navigating in their today's complexities and their today's fast-paced and competitive markets. And before we actually will kick off with the conference itself, let's first establish a shared understanding of what product-centric approach truly means. And it's actually in its heart and its core, being product centric is a mindset. It's not actually an approach or framework. It's a strategic orientation that places the product itself at the center of all the business activities. It actually involves everybody and all of us who are working on creating those products. It emphasizes not just the creation of the development and of the product, but also understanding the entire life cycle and also making sure that you do understand your client, their realities, of their obstacles, and their true needs. The concept of being product centric is not new, and more often we have been talking and still talking about various transformations from being project centric to become product centric. And this transformation requires a cultural shift within the organizations and the team, and encouraging the teams to think beyond the borders of the project scope and actually consider long-term impact and the value which they bring to the client, which they bring to the product. It's about embracing the mindset where success is not measured by the completion of the project, but by the continuous enhancements and adaptability and focusing on the customers and value for them. In the project-centric model, the focus on the delivering within the constraints of the time and the budget, but also, on the other hand, the product-centric approach extends the horizon. It's concentrating on the ongoing enhancements and adaptation of the product to meet the evolving needs of the users. And it's actually very important, especially today when we are talking about AI era, and who knows what's coming next for all of those great products and great platforms that we are working on. And why should all of us embrace the product mindset? The answer lies in its ability to stay innovative and to be innovative. It lies in the fact that we do want to have high customer satisfaction and still guess what are the real needs, what's the actual request from our customers and from our clients. And of course, all of that would support sustained growth. And in the product-centric culture, every department and every person and every team, from marketing to development, from designers to support, focuses on the truly need of the client, and not only on what they're asking for, but actually, again, understanding their reality and their actual needs. Being product-centric encourages those cross-functional collaboration. It breaks down those silos that we used to see a lot between various teams, fostering the environment where ideas flow freely. We used to think that becoming a product-centric and building the right product is only in hands of the product people, like product managers, product owners, business analysts, but it's actually not. It's the whole team and absolutely everyone who is responsible for creation of the great products. And that's why during this conference, you would see absolutely different people with different backgrounds presenting and telling your stories, their stories to you. We wanted to organize this conference for absolutely everyone and not only product people. And it's actually even more important for non-product people to listen to those stories and hear how this orientation, this change in the orientation, how this mindset shift happened, how that affected the entire team, and how it actually can be successful or not always. You'll hear different stories. For the entire team, and actually how also such mindset shift, how this cultural shift is going to affect each and all of you who are listening to those stories. Because again, being product centric, it's about the culture, it's about the mindset, it's not about the particular role. So we are pretty sure that the content that's going to be presented over here in our conference is going to be very useful to all of you. We do hope that lots of the technical people, delivery managers, project managers, developers, team leads are joining us here to listen again to those stories that various teams went through. You'll hear the stories, how it was done for those teams, how they actually overcome all of the challenges of this mindset change, and what are their lessons learned. And also, we do hope that you personally will find very useful content and very interesting information about how you personally can start this mindset shift in your team, and how you can do that, how you can start with yourself personally at the beginning. Remember that we actually going to have this conference not only for today, but we also going to have a continuation of this topic on November 21st. I'm pretty sure that you'll hear a lot, and you will see separate notifications and promotion about that. But we actually going to have 3 more speakers sharing their stories on November 21st. And I do encourage you to listen to those as well, and actually stay tuned to get completely different insights. And also, again, we are thinking that this conference is not going to be useful only for product people. So if you are a product owner, if you're a BA, if you're a product manager in your team, and you think that that would be useful for your team to listen to, take a look at the agenda, pick a talk, and suggest to your entire team to listen to that. Because we do think that there's lots of the usefulness for absolutely everybody. And we are sure that product people already have in this product centricity and product mindset, but we also have hoping that again you can evolve into this journey of becoming product centric, more and more people from your team. And with that, thank you for your attention. Thank you for being with us today. We are hoping that you're going to have enjoyable couple of days of this conference and couple of days talking about this topic. And now we are back to Genia for the conference overview. Genia?
Yeah, so thank you, Ira. And let me jump in with some org moments for managing your expectation toward today's session. So first of all, I shall highlight our partners, just because without their support, without their help, it wouldn't be a reality for us. So thank you for EPAM, Microsoft, Miro, Anywhere Club, NGX Community, and IQBBA. So all these partners stay along with us and help with organizing event, promoting this event. And to be honest, representatives of these companies and these organizations are inside of our agenda, today's agenda. So as Ira already mentioned, there are 9 hot talks in conference agenda, but as it's a bit a lot. So we decided just to divide this conference agenda into two parts. And a continuation will be on 21st of November. So for not missing them, please find them on our conference page and register for getting placeholders to your calendars. So almost the same situation, unfortunately, we have with our workshop. That will be today conducted in a parallel stream. Number of places was limited and number of registrations were super high. So that's why just seeing this great interest from your side, we decided to organize at least 2 more runs for all people who wish to attend and who want to develop their product mindset and design thinking skills. So that is why also for not missing information and announcements about these 2 more editions. So please just stay with us and try to not miss highlights and updates from our community. So where you can find all this information. So first of all, in our social media. And one more new thing that we organized inside of Global BE community, Discord channel. So that will help you to extend your network, to keep communication with colleagues, and also all updates, highlights, announcements, new initiatives will be mentioned there. So please find the link in description of today's event. So just please join our Discord channel. So and there you will find a lot of valuable information. One more thing that we decided to try for today's edition of our BE Excellence Conference, virtual space. We got a lot of feedbacks that we lack networking during conference. So that is why we decided to organize this virtual space for you, where you will be able to join and talk to each speaker after their sessions. So please find the link in the description, and also if you have any questions, you wanna keep some discussions with our speakers, just go to this virtual space, and there you will find a lot of colleagues and also our speakers. So I believe navigation on the walls will help you just to find a proper space where to find our speakers. So also, don't miss the chance to ask your questions to our speakers. Leave your thoughts, feedback, comments, questions on our YouTube event page. Our facilitators will look through all of them, and of course they will mention these questions and feedbacks to our speakers. And last things, but not it's also very important for us. So during today's conference, I just wanna bring some maybe funny thing to you. So and help you a bit develop your product mindset and design thinking things skills. So in our chat, from time to time, I will put some funny tasks. And please just brainstorm about answers for these tasks. So I believe it will be very interesting and engaging. So making story long, short term. So let's start our BE Excellence Day. Stay with us and enjoy. So and the first task will go to our YouTube chat very, very soon. So let's wait for our first speaker and have a good day.
Good morning, guys. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
That's great. So let's start. Good morning and good afternoon again, dear colleagues, depending on your time zone, of course. Thank you for joining us today for the BA Excellence online conference, powered by business analyst community and product management community. Just a couple of things to mention before we start with our speakers. First, we have separate webinars related to the BA conference. Due to time limits, some will be held in parallel or on separate days, and you can find the links to the conference description. You are welcome to join, but please keep in mind that spaces are limited. But no need to worry, if all spots are filled, additional webinars are already planned. The second thing is that we have a virtual room where you can join after the end of the talk. This will give you the chance to speak directly with the speakers and discuss a topic or just to socialize. You will find the link in the talk description too. Last but not least, please pose your questions in the QA section on the We Community platform or in the chat on the YouTube channel. These questions will be addressed to the speakers at the end of the presentation. And that pretty much concludes all the general information. And now I'm super excited to introduce you to our first speakers, Yulia Timoshenko from EPAM Poland and Naris Sutravei from EPAM India. Both of them are senior business analysis managers with many years of experience in business analysis. There are also highly experienced speakers, contributors, mentors, interviewers, and many more. In general, they always go for the extra mile. The topic they will present to us today in a very interesting way is the product excellence mindset, and they will cover subjects such as the vision and mission of the product excellence initiative. So hello, Julia Nares, how are you today?
Hello,
I'm good,
excited.
Maria. Thank you. Yes,
I'm excited too.
very
I'm so
excited.
excited too. I believe I already know that I will enjoy your topic so much. So, Nares, I was checking your location, but it was such a long address. I couldn't understand. In which city in India are you located exactly?
I'm in Hyderabad in India.
Where is that? Like, place it to the map for
Okay.
me.
So in India, if you see the India map, it comes to the lower half of it and north of lower half. Yes.
So it's
exactly in
the
the middle.
cold part or the more hot part? Where is do you recommend it for traveling for holidays there? Is that something?
Yeah, definitely. This is a good season. So I think anything between October, November till February is very good. And
Okay.
if you want to enjoy rains in Hyderabad, you should come in the months of July, August. Yeah, those are good months for rains. But
Okay, good to
other
know.
months is hot, so I don't suggest that.
Okay. And Julia, where are you located exactly in Poland?
That is Krakow city, and that
Oh,
is
very
on the
beautiful.
south of Poland.
It's very beautiful. I had the luck to go. So please, audience, if you haven't been, you have to check Krakow. It's very nice. So guys, the floor is yours. You can introduce yourselves. You can start with the presentation. The floor is yours. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria. So I want to quickly introduce my dear colleague Yulia over here. Hi, Yulia. So Yulia is with us today. She, as Maria said, is Senior Business Analysis Manager for EPAM systems in Poland, and Yulia works with us in our global business analysis and product management practice. Well, thank you for joining me today, Yulia.
Thank you very much. And we have also Naresh Sutrave, Senior Business Analyst Manager from India. Naresh is working on Product Excellence initiative in EPAM India, which is centered around product-centric approach.
Great. So, Yulia, I want to talk about this concept of product-centric approach that you are working on in your region. So, it sounds very interesting by the name. So, let us know more about it. What is this product-centric approach all about? Can you please help us with that?
Sure. So overall, there are three main approaches: product-centric, project-centric, and customer-centric. Product-centric is focused on continuously delivering value to end customers and results to business through products. Project-centric is focused on providing one-time output according to requirements from stakeholders, and customer-centric is focused on the needs and experience of customers in all business decisions, aiming to build strong long-term relationship and enhance customer satisfaction. Today, basically, we will focus on product-centric approach. And
Okay.
product-centric delivery model is in demand nowadays. As you could see from the slide, according to Gartner survey, 54% of the companies will have fully adopted product-centric delivery model in less than 5 years. And 15% from them already have it adopted. In addition, 32% have a product-centric delivery model in some use, but not fully adopted. And only 15% do not have plans to move to product-centric delivery model, which basically brings us to the 85 of companies that have adopted or plan to adopt product-centric delivery model. But why they are doing that? Project trends to happen in business unit silos compete with other companies' projects for resources and only contribute in isolated metrics. Product-centric business models offer quicker business outcomes, improve customer experience, reduced friction within the organization, and more flexibility. All of that result in increased trust across the business as an organization works toward the same goal. Plus, a product-centric setup allows better engagement between IT and business units. The changeover requires work from some technical like DevOps and system improvements, and some culture like collocating IT members into business units to start the conversation. Moreover, according to the study McKinsey, product-centric companies see from 6 to 9% higher revenue growth compared to their peers. That's
Very
why.
interesting, Yulia. So I think 6 to 9% is really great. Also very interesting thing you told me about a long-term relationship with our customer. So I also want to hear from you a couple of benefits and other challenges that you may be seeing in implementing product-centric approach.
Sure. Thank you for that question. So as usual, we have pros and cons, and the product-centric approach has those as well. So from pros perspective, that is focused approach. Focus solely on the one thing that you do the best, which is to build your product. Product-led growth advocates the strategy of putting all your efforts in building the best-in-class product in your niche. This is a big time and effort saver. The second thing, that is building reputation. You build your reputation in the market through the quality of your product. You would be known in your industry for providing the best product if you make it on the best of its level. This reputation is more long-lasting than any other form. And the third one, that is customer loyalty. A proven form of building customer loyalty is through addiction in your product. Customers who get addicted to your product would never consider leaving your brand, provided your product consists of high-quality engagement strategy that provides continuous value to your customers. But also, there are cons. Bad product market fit could happen when you solely concentrated on product and launch it. You might miss out on finding the right product market fit. This means you might fail in meeting the demands of your customer. Your product might be the best in its niche, but it would be on no use if customer does not want it at all on the first place. The second risk and challenge, that is more cash burn. Needs a behavior change in the customer because it was not built from a user experience perspective primarily. Also, this means you have to groom your customers to start liking it the way you build it. This process takes time and money, basically. You have to invest more on being in the market while burning cash until you gain momentum. And the third one, that is more risk. Even though the rewards are much higher in the approach, on the flip side, the risk of failure is also quite high. You won't follow the herd, but rather expect the herd to follow you right from the beginning. This could pose a great challenge in customer acquisition phase. So
Excellent.
when, yes, sorry.
Go ahead, finish it.
When it involves creating or enhancing a product that requires continuous development and improvements, need to adjust to involving customer needs, preferences, demand close collaboration between various departments, and prioritizes providing ongoing value and customer satisfaction over achieving one-time milestones or deliverables. Product-centric approach, then it's your choice.
Exactly. Yeah, so this is very well thought through, and I can see your experience coming out of these pros and cons. And as you said rightly, every approach we take has its own pros and cons. Thank you very much, Yulia, for that. But with these benefits and challenges that we know, when do you think product-centric approach will be a really effective approach?
Okay, so the product-centric approach basically fosters new ideas. And let me provide a couple of those to you. Technology and experience. Companies employing a product-centric approach often have specialized teams and experts working in cutting-edge technologies and developments. This team continuously explore new possibilities and come up with innovative solutions. The second, that is market analysis. A product-centric approach involves studying market trends, identifying gaps or emerging needs, and creating products that cater to those demands. Extensive market analysis helps companies to understand whether their innovation efforts should be concentrated. The next, that is competitive advantages. Innovation through the product-centric approach can lead to a competitive advantage. By offering unique and superior products, Companies can differentiate themselves from competitors and capture market share. And the last but not the least one, that is pushing boundaries. This approach encourages companies to push their boundaries of what is currently possible. By thinking outside the box, they can introduce groundbreaking ideas and disrupt existing markets. That's why product-centric approach is important for the business.
Okay, that's excellent. Thank you very much for that, Yulia. And from importance for business perspective is clear, but how do you identify whether a team needs to adopt a product-centric approach or not, or they are really on par in this area? Can you help us with that as well?
Yes, that is a very good question. Thank you for that. So basically, have you asked yourself, or maybe you heard from other your team members, those questions? We are spending a lot of time, money, and resources in these meetings. I don't like this project is going anywhere. I can't even remember while we are doing this. Yes, sounds familiar.
Absolutely, yeah.
So let me tell you a couple of stories. Let's imagine insurance domain. Product owner finds time to explain to the team the entire flow of how policies is issued from start to end with all the key steps. After seeing it, the team immediately suggests automating one part of the flow. Right now, it's done manually and it's time consuming. Product owner didn't consider automation because he thought it would be very difficult to implement. While team recognized that from technical perspective, it will be easy to automate. Result? Saved many hours of manual labor that over time translates into substantial cost reduction. Another story that is connected with Lawyers Portal, the team that has been developing the product for a few years, and at some point, instead of putting one more story into Backlog, product owner asked the team to help reducing bounce rate. And they suggested the revamp menu make it more modern and easier to understand. Again, technologies allow to do that easy. As a result, product owner received positive feedbacks from users and bounce rate was reduced. So engineers could help with improving the product at many levels. Their input is important as they have distinctly different perspective and understand technologies well. But to have the most impact, they should see what they create as a product for customers, not a mere technical solution. So there are 4 fundamental areas that should be focused on when evaluating how to bring a product-centric operating model to your team. These are people and culture, governance, measures, and process. So help your team to know your customer, to feel their pain and needs, to see how they struggle with a product and how they are happy when product helps them to achieve their goals. Explicitly share results of qualitative and quantitative researches. Let engineers read and hear feedback on real users, or even to talk to the users in case that is definitely possible. That would be super cool and helps to create connection with customers and feel the impact of the product. Tell stories how product helped customers. Also explain what the business is after, what the business and related product goals are, what the process toward these goals is, and regularly provide updates. If you want engineers to actively participate in improving the product, they should have a say in what and how will be done. It doesn't mean the engineers should dictate how the product should evolve. It will likely end not so well, but their opinion and ideas should be taken seriously. I'm the product owner and you should do how I say. Please leave your ideas and concerns behind the door. No, that is not exactly the approach to encourage active participation. The next, that is educating engineers about the industry. It shouldn't be a university level, but explaining some core concept would be useful, and highlighting key trends in the market. Also, please tell your team about the competitors, what their strong sides, where your product is better, and what they are the key competitive areas. In all required, it all requires time, definitely. Allocate time for engineers to learn customers, business, industry, competitors, to actually think on what could be improved. And one more thing, show the impact of the team created. Show how few new features affected the product and customers. Show changes in metrics. Share the feedback about this specific feature. People love to make the impact. So to sum up the ideas, there is no ideal approach, but each approach has its own pros and cons. But current product-centric approach is a global trend. When implementing it, please be patient and do not expect changes to happen overnight. And Naresh, you're driving the Product Excellence initiative. So could you
Absolutely.
please tell us more about this initiative and all about it?
Yeah, sure. I would love to do that. So I want to talk about product excellence initiative that we are having in India for EPAM in India, and I want to start talking about it from the mission and the vision that we have here. So we the main vision we have here are for EPAM in India to become the best product development services organization, where we are developing great product development capabilities in our engineers, because today we are looked at like more an engineering company than a product development company. So we want to develop that product development capabilities in our engineers along with the engineering excellence capabilities that we have been already developing for several years now. So we want to be actively contributing with ideas and solutions that best suit our customers in their products and in the markets where their products are operating, right? So that is a very important goal we have while we are currently somewhat passively implementing the solutions and not proactively solving them, but we want to actively contribute with ideas and solutions also going forward. So, and we want to move away from the short term customer managed delivery models we have in some of our projects, and we want to move into a more long-term outcome-based high-value stream delivery partnership with our customers, where our customers think about having us in their enterprise systems plan for not just this year but for several years ahead. So that is product excellence initiative we have started in India to cover these vision that we have.
Okay, great. So how do you plan to achieve this vision? What is your process?
So on the next slide, our process is basically it starts with inculcating the curiosity in the minds of our engineers, right? So today, our engineers, as engineers, we are more focused towards finding a technical solution to the challenges or the requirements, right? So we are paying less attention to the actual business problem or the actual need of an end customer. So uh, making our engineers develop that curiosity first is the first stage. So it's, and then we want to make them be passionate about providing the industry best solutions and the most suitable solutions for the specific end customer and the end user challenges. And from being curious to passionate and then being obsessed, where the um, you know team is providing um, consulting services to the customer and not just asking them what are the requirements that needs to be fulfilled. So on the next slide I want to detail more about these maturity levels that we want our engineers to take through. So at a curiosity level where we want our team to know more about the product ecosystem that they are working on, and where they ask questions like what, how, and who, and have a great focus on the customer and the product and the market in which the customer's product operates. So developing a lot of knowledge and information with a lot of curiosity on those dimensions. And from there, they start to ask why and why not questions based on the knowledge that they have gathered in the curiosity level. They channel all that knowledge and they start engaging in building the product to cater to the market, right? And there they are solutioning to the challenges and the business problems. They are adding a lot of value to the product that they are developing, and they are very distinguishing in how they are building their product against other competitors in the market. And from being passionate, they have to go into a next level, which is being obsessed, where they are their customers preferred team, right? So there is no more asking questions here. It is more about being a counselor and being a consultant and advisor to the team. So it's not asking questions anymore. It is just counseling, and it is being consulted and being empowered, and like I was saying, being inclusive partnership with them for their enterprise systems plans in the years ahead. So that is how we want to achieve this goal.
Okay, thank you. This maturity levels is very interesting concept, basically. And how do you know what is the level of support required for engineers at EPAM?
Sure. So we understand that not two teams are same, right? So every team may have a different level of maturity already. So some of those teams may already be at a curious level, or some teams are already providing industry best solutions for the customers on their business problems. So to identify which team needs what level of support, we have come up with the assessment process for product excellence that we have. So we are doing assessments for product excellence capabilities of the whole team, and it is not just the developers only, or product owners only, or business analysts only. We are verifying and doing an assessment for the whole team on their product excellence capabilities. And when I say a team that is working on the same product of the same customer. So that is the team we are assessing. We have a team of 3 panel members, 1 coordinator and 1 committee head. And we do a 90-minute session to assess the team on product excellence dimensions. So, and the dimensions that we have seen in the previous slide, that is the dimensions I was referring to. And we have a 5-point scoring mechanism from novice to intermediate, advanced, expert, and transformative. We do assessments, and then we give the scores, do a lot of documentation, and we use EPAM internal portal Prism for that. And we provide good feedback and recommendation that helps this team in their journey to meet the next level of product excellence. So those are some numbers of how many assessments that we have done so far in India, and it is really going well from the product excellence initiative perspective, Yulia.
You're doing great with contributing basically to this product-centric approach delivery model transformation in EPAM. Thank you for that one. But could you also tell how is delivery management receiving that? What has been their take on this initiative?
Yes, so there has been a mixed set of reactions coming from the delivery management. So some of these testimonials I want to share on this screen here. So I've been hearing from the whole team, because it is very important end of the day how they receive it. So some of the testimonials coming here from the project managers and also the delivery managers and even the development teams. So as you see there, they're talking about how they were skeptical a little in the beginning, and then later they started preparing for it. They really learned a lot about the customer and the vision. So definitely some change of mindset have started over there, I would say. And some of the questions, so Sadiq here is saying some of the questions from the panel were thought-provoking and made us to think differently about the customer perspective. So it is definitely causing some mindset shift, I would say. Nisha on the right, she's saying helps team own and deliver holistically. Okay, so very interesting point that she has mentioned, and encouraging us to deliver even deeper into the working of our client and how we can look for avenues to contribute. So different angles coming from the business analyst on that SNP project. And we have one delivery manager who's talking about how it helped them transform their thought process and mindset through the process have been shifted. So this is shifted to the new level. So this is some of the feedback. I have more such testimonials in the coming slide, in the next slide as well, where where they are definitely seeing a positive change in how the team is working, and this definitely shows that some mindset is changing.
Okay, thank you.
And this is about how our customer sees it. So we have got an opportunity to meet with some of our customers, which is Edward Jones. So they have said that they have said that being a product company themselves, they do not have any such approach, or they do not have any such practice inside their company, and they're fine to extend their support to EPAM on this, and they're looking forward to have participate in the workshops that we have related to product excellence. And UKG as a customer is also very happy to see this initiative, and they found it very interesting, and they were looking forward to see the assessment results of their team when we finish it. So that is how we have made an impression in the minds of the customer, Yulia. And on the next slide, I want to show some of the core team that is working on in this initiative from India. We have Sandeep Joshi, Vice President, and Basha Ankur, some senior directors who are supporting this, delivery directors and business unit directors from insurance and payments who are participating a lot, and a couple of delivery managers, including me. So this is really going well with the support of the core team, I would say, Yulia.
Thank you, Naresh, very much for walking us through your product excellence initiative. That sounds really interesting and great testimonials. So now we would like you as participants to reflect on the topic. So please ask yourself the following questions. Does your project have a product-centric, project-centric, or customer-centric, or a blended version of those, and maybe something else, approach?
Yes, and it is very important to reflect on yourself after this session. So ask yourself what kind of benefits and challenge of implementing product-centric approach are applicable for your project.
Also, it is important to think about product-centric approach will be an effective approach for a project or not, based on what you learned today.
And does it really, does your team really need to adopt product-centric approach? Do give a good thought about it as well.
So please take those questions and think about them and product-centric approach. So thank you very much. Thank you for your participation. In case you have still questions, you are able to contact us via LinkedIn.
Yes, and do enjoy the product-centric approach that you take, and do enjoy your journey to being a great product development services company. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, guys, again. I'm back. I hope you can see me.
Yes.
Thank you so
Yes,
much. Thank you so much, guys, for the amazing presentation. I really liked the way you structured it in as an interview or discussion. You delivered in a very lively and vivid manner, and I believe the audience felt the same way too. So we can start. We have some questions. We can start with the QA section. I will raise the questions. I will not address them to specific one of you, Julia or Nares. You can decide, except if it's been addressed to one of you already from the chat and QA section. So, how can EPAM engineers be successful in this product excellence journey when they are looking with other vendors of their customers? Naris, Julia?
Sure. Can I take that, Julia?
Yes, please.
Okay, great. So thanks for that question. Very interesting question. And a software services consulting company like EPAM often works with customers where there are people from other vendors sitting around us and working on the same product. So now how can we be successful in our product excellence journey when we are in that situation? And that is the question. So I think that gives us a competitive advantage to be in that situation. No matter how many people in the team are working and how many of them are from EPAM as a vendor to the customer or other vendors of the customer, when we can gather and gain the knowledge about the customer and their basic business problems and challenges, and when we are working on providing the industry best solutions for their business and end user challenges, customer is watching. So remember that. And customer has his eyes wide open and they can see that difference that is coming from employee coming from EPAM versus employee coming from any other vendor like Accenture or TCS, right? So when customers see that difference in engineers coming from EPAM, that they have that knowledge and they have that uh, kind of capability potential to provide industry best solutions, obviously the customer will think before not signing their next contract with us. So like I said, when we are in a situation with multiple vendors, we are actually having that competitive advantage.
I could thank you, Naresh, and I could add over here basically by having this approach and by delivering the value, we also somehow coaching our customer because customer and stakeholders they're taking part in overall delivery. And when it comes to other vendors, we are leading by example how we could do our best as a delivery team to basically bring the value to the customer.
I totally agree with you. I was thinking the same thing with Naris, that we have the advantage and glad that I belong to this company. So another question, again, the same applies. You can decide who's going to go for it. How will this approach work in staff augmentation engagements?
Right. So on a staff augmentation engagement where the customer is having the complete delivery ownership, we are just working on specific tasks given to us. I think engineers in EPAM should not worry about what is the level of exposure they are getting and what is the level of participation they have in the project. It does not stop them from learning more about their customer, and one day will customer will notice that our engineers are showing interest and having the potential to learn about their business. So if it is just one or two people working for our customers from EPAM, they will definitely see that EPAM has that potential and they will definitely sign more contracts with EPAM for much larger engagements.
That
More
was
business for
exactly
us.
Yeah,
Yes,
that
Yeah,
was exactly what I
absolutely.
would like to highlight basically, that we as a company, we are focusing on long-term engagement with our customers. And that could start with something rather small, but providing services on the very high level. We have experienced people that could lead us basically to more contracts and long-term connections with customers.
That's true.
Absolutely, I agree.
Mouth-to-mouth advertisement and reputation is very important. So another one. Are you recommending the product-centric approach to all teams and projects?
Maybe I could take that one, Naresh, if you do not mind.
Sure,
So
yeah, go ahead.
I could say here that when it comes to product-centric approach, definitely it has pros and cons. So we couldn't say that we are recommending that everywhere for everything and that will solve all your problems. Definitely you should be mindful. Think about challenges that this could bring. Still think about your customers and select approach for your particular product or project very mindfully.
Naresh, do you
Yes.
agree?
Yeah, definitely I agree. So like Yulia said, there are definitely pros and cons, but we should focus on, making the best out of the advantages that we have, and we should have our risk mitigation plan for whatever cons we see. And most importantly, we should enjoy our journey from our current state to getting into a more product centric approach state. Yes.
He said that we should reflect on our teams and projects if it's if they're having a product-centric approach. This reflection, that's my question. This reflection should be like on the beginning, ongoing. How often do you take a step back and you reconsider that?
Okay. So how often, since it is a continuous process, I will suggest that, we have retrospects. We have to retrospect on how we are doing pretty much after, every PI, right? So maybe we can hook it up or connect it to the agile delivery model that we have, and understand and assess ourselves how we are doing from this new approach that we are adopting. And then there need not be a separate cadence or separate process for this. It can be connected to our agile delivery model. Yulia, you have anything you want to share on this?
Basically, very similar answer. I believe that we should keep that in mind, that we are focused on product-centric approach and use any moment to reflect. That could be also retrospectives based on sprints, anything else, any other ceremonies, basically where you are visiting your processes, what went well, what you could do better. And to think about that from the focus of product-centric approach.
Okay, thank you. One more. What is the most challenging part of the implementing the product-centric approach on the project?
That is a good question. I believe the most challenging part, as EPAM mainly is a service company, that is proving that and showing that to our customers, because they're our main clients, and sometimes they are not ready from the very beginning to accept any other approach except that they used to had in the past. So that for me is the most challenging part. You need to explain not only to your team why it is important to talk about all those things that we discussed today, but also to do the same job or even more for your customer. Naresh, what do you think?
Yeah, I agree. So I think we can convince our engineers, and we can make them adopt the product centric approach or product excellence mindset. But since we have to have even our customers work hand in glove on this new approach, um, putting them on the same page sometimes gets really difficult. But when they see that there is a greater value on a long run in this initiative and in this approach, I'm sure most customers definitely will accept this and love to participate.
I see. Thank you so much. One more. Can you share some tips or techniques to utilize product-centric approach to break a long-term product vision into small demonstrable projects that can deliver iterative values to customers and also not hide the revenue stream? That's a long one. Maybe I should post it also to our chat.
Yeah, Yulia, you want to take that?
Yes, basically, that is a good question about this long-term product vision. And I believe beside that, that is breaking down into small projects and some parts of it. We still should think about the product, its vision, its goal, and their needs on the first glance. And then whenever you are delivering small parts, you are not misled, you are not just forgetting about that one, and your team is proper focused. Also, that could help basically to split that into those small parts, because then you understand better which kind of value you're delivering each time with each like sprint, PI, whatever, and you're focusing on that one. Do you want to add something?
No, I think I'm good. So now making them into smaller demonstrable parts is a crucial step, but at the same time, not losing out on the larger plan we had is very important as well. So yes, I'm aligned with you, Yulia.
But do you have any tips or techniques of how to do that?
Tips or techniques of how to do it. So now, when you have a large goal in mind, how you best break it down into smaller, achievable, and demonstrable pieces. There is a technique of vertical and horizontal slicing that we can do, and there is also a technique of dividing it by business units and different segments of end users and business users that we are catering to. So we can take any of the technique based on the priority that is defined by the customer.
And to add to that one, I could say also technique of 5 whys will be really good over here. Basically, to always ask yourself why we are taking that one, why we are dividing into that one, how that will influence our product and its main goal.
I agree.
Yes, and remember the why and why not questions that I had in one of our slides. That is where we are. We can. That is the approach we can take here. Yeah.
So there is a point about product-centric approach that it takes time to bear results. How can we onboard the change sponsors on this?
So
I
I
like this
believe
question.
every change, it takes time. Nothing happening just in one moment over the night just because we decided to do like that. We already saw a lot of digital transformations of our customers, like in progress or on the very starting points. It always required effort, passion, and time. Definitely time, basically to adopt, to people to use to that one, to improve their skills, to go through those challenges, to be able to learn more how to mitigate some of the risks and to understand better how and what you could get from this approach.
The thing is that it's gonna take time for the results. So how you can actually keep the interest of the sponsors live? How you can there is a time gap that how you manage this time gap to get to the change.
So, as usual, as you manage any expectations of your customers, from the very beginning, you should say that that will not be immediate thing. You should tell them what you will do, and when they could expect some results. And basically set up the system of metrics so you will be able to measure them, and later you will see this data, and based on data already make conclusions.
So
Naresh,
basically,
maybe
yes.
yeah, Naresh, maybe anything from your side as well.
Yeah. So now keeping the customer engaged throughout the process, and like Yulia said, spinning up some measurable KPIs to show the consistent progress and how we are getting to our ultimate goal. I think that will help us during the journey, and a motivated members in the team who are continuously striving for excellence is something also helps instead of monotonously doing the same tedious job. having motivated people, self-motivated people, and passionate people in the team who will continuously evolve the process instead of just blindly following what was initially stated. So those things is what will take us to success during the journey, Maria.
So basically, be
Additionally,
transparent and
mhm,
showing some progress in small steps on the way, just to show that there is we are doing something. Like we don't, no, it's not just promise. There are changes, but it's gonna take a while because it's a big change. It's a big difference.
Absolutely, yeah.
yeah,
Yes,
for
Julia.
sure.
Sorry, I
And
interrupted.
addition, I could say that as a company who has already experience of those changes and transformations, we also not breaking NDA agreements, but to share with our customer like past experiences and success stories.
Okay, thank you. Now one from our YouTube channel. How difficult is to move towards product-centric approach from IT services, consulting-based organization, as it requires cultural shift in the organization too? I will post it to our chat. How difficult is to move towards product-centric approach from IT services or consulting-based based organization, as it requires cultural shift in the organization too? Cultural
Yes,
shift. That is the tricky part.
right. Yes. So the cultural shift that we are looking at here, which is why we did not, plan an overnight change of the culture change or overnight change of the mindset, right? So one of the slides where I was talking about a three-step process to get to what we are aiming at, right? So first we have to adopt that curiosity mindset to learn more about the customer and their product, and then we have to be able to start providing specific solutions that are best suitable to the customer and their challenges, and then talk about then talk about being the customer's preferred teams and being consultant and advisor to the customer. So the culture shift, I am sure, is not happening overnight or over a fortnight, but it is happening in phases, which is why we have that framework of three-step process to change our culture from our current state in the IT services company to a more consulting based and advisory based services that we want to provide.
And as a company that building long-term relationship not only with customers and clients but also with our employees, we're not suddenly trying them to shift just when they're on the projects. We have continuously education for them and providing those like trainings, workshops, even outside of the projects where they're taking part. That really help us the team to be prepared already at the moment when they're assigned. So even in case we have to still coach our customer, we have another vendors on the project, our team is prepared. We are not just starting from the very beginning and trying to implement that.
So the key is planning and try to make the process as smooth as possible and have the people on the loop always updated.
Exactly. And the culture not happening quickly, as Naresh told, not happening overnight. So we need to work on that regularly inside the company.
For sure, it takes time. This is fundamental for every company, for every business. Okay, one more from also from our YouTube channel. How to define the unique value in the product when we have competitors serving the same need?
Okay, I can start with that. So um, so whether it is customer or any common man, when they see a product, they see the nuances to it, um, and the nuances in the industry in the current trend, as you may have known, is about the artificial intelligence and chat GPT world. This is so now. Uh, so how do we define is what best artificial intelligence solutions you are providing or industry trend solutions you are providing in your product defines the uniqueness, defines the unique value against your competitors. Um, so that is one approach we should take, and that is something that we should keep in mind while working on our new product development plan. Julia, you have anything to add?
No, I believe you totally covered this question.
Thank you, guys. One probably last one, because we run out of time. How can business analysts and product owners help their teams more to adapt product-centric approach, apart from regular elaboration, use cases descriptions, support in creating test cases, and etc. that they do usually?
I believe over here we are talking not only about BAs, like business analysts, product owners, but also about product managers. And the best thing that works for the team, that is to have comparison. Comparison, if we are doing that in another way, and if we are doing that with product-centric approach, those results, as I was showing in like my part of the presentation, those celebrations of achievement, how it influence, not we did that in the right way, and thank you, but like resulting feedbacks, influence, to show all of that, that will bring some insights, how even do better in their job and how do better in the product-centric approach, ownership overall. Naresh, maybe anything else from your
Yes.
side?
Also, I want to add, good point from your side, Julia, and I also want to add that whether it is a product owner, business analyst, or product manager in the team, they should always focus on upskilling the team's knowledge in what they are doing, right? So other than the product owner, product manager, maybe most of the team is not aware of what they are doing and why they are doing, what is the end goal of what development they are doing. Maybe they are not aware. So how BAPO or product manager can help here is to make sure they always are on the lookout to upskill their team's knowledge in the product they are working for or the customer they are working for. Always make sure that you are setting the context and for any kind of discussion, whether it may be related to a specific requirement or a bug or a defect. So set the context, make sure your team understands the context, understands exactly why they are doing whatever they are doing. So that is one very good contribution people from business analyst or product owner can do.
That is very good point. And I would add here even like to challenge like technical solutions that they are proposing towards the product goal. So they are proposing that because it's like fancy new technology, or we're really focusing on like product goals and what we need to deliver.
Thank you, guys. We got the point. So that was all. Thank you, Yulia Timoshenko and Naresh Sutravey. I really hope I didn't butcher your names. I'm trying my best. For the enlightening presentation and product excellence mindset, and for investing your valuable time. Your contribution is highly valued. And a special thanks to the audience for their active participation in the discussion. Let's now take a brief break for a couple of minutes before our next speaker, who aim to explore the potential of product add-ons for scalable platforms in the era of generative AI. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
You,
that was a
Maria.
pleasure.
Appreciate you.
Thank
we
you, Naresh.
appreciate you. Guys, don't go.
Thank you.
Like a couple of minutes, a cup of coffee or tea, and back.
Sure. Thank you.
Hello, hello, all. We're waiting for our speaker to join too, Alan Roja.
Hello, everyone.
Alan Roja.
Hi.
The previous two speakers, they have such a challenging names for me, so I'm glad now it's something that I can pronounce. I hope in the right way. Hello, dear colleagues, again. Thank you all for joining us now or for staying with us from the previous talk. I hope you had some time to grab a cup of coffee or tea, and now you are ready to dive into our next presentation. So welcome to the BA Excellence Online Conference, powered by Business Analyst Community and Product Management Community. Just a couple of things to mention before we start with our speaker, both for the benefit of our new joiners and as a reminder for those who attended the previous talk. First, we have separate webinars related to the BA conference. Due to time limit, some will be held in parallel or on separate days, and you can find the links to the conference description. You are welcome to join, but please keep in mind that the spaces are limited, but no need to worry if all spots are filled. Additional webinars are planned. The second thing is that we have a virtual room where you can join after the end of the talk. This will give you the chance to speak directly with the speaker and discuss the topic. You will find the link in the talk description. Last but not least, please post your questions in the QA section, either on the We community platform or in the chat in the YouTube channel. These questions will be addressed to the speaker at the end of the presentation. And that was pretty much all the general information. And now I'm super excited to introduce you to our speaker, Alan Roja, Director of Fellow Mind, an IT service management company and a leading Microsoft partner. The topic he will present to us today is unlocking the potential of product add-ons for scalable platforms in the era of generative AI, and what is hotter subject these days than artificial intelligence right now. Besides his incredibly impressive work experience, as he even started his own company at the age of 21, some interesting facts about Alan are that he's Brazilian, and we love Brazil, has been working with Microsoft for over 24 years, and currently lives in Denmark. So hello, Alan. How are you today?
Hello. Hi. Hello, everybody. Thank you for the introduction.
I'm very impressed. I stalked you, of course, in LinkedIn, and I'm very, very impressed with your CV. I was actually wondering, do you even have a life with so many things? Like, do you have time for sports or something else for fun?
But the trick is, as soon as you find something you love to do, you don't feel you're working anymore. So I always have time for having my leisure and also my hobbies. So I love to play tennis, to play chess. So yes, we have time for that. And at the same time, still enjoying doing this type of things and also working on a daily basis.
I thought you will say the key is to find a way to make the 24 hours of the day 27, 28, but okay, you have another way. So make your passion, work for your passion, and make your work your passion. It's a play of mind. Okay. Alan, where exactly you're located in Denmark?
I'm in Copenhagen.
Oh, of course. Beautiful.
Yeah, it's very nice. It's an amazing city.
But how cold is now?
Oh, how cold it is right now. Oh, I think today was not a very good weather. I think it was -2 a little bit in the morning, and then it rained. I don't know how much is it, but it's at least it's not raining right now. But it's winter time is becoming soon.
At least it's not raining. You are actually winning. In Zurich, it's not that cold yet. Hopefully, or never. But no, okay, okay. Alan Roja.
I like the cold though. It's really nice coming from a Brazilian. Actually, to have a weather where you can feel the seasons and have this cold weather, I think is quite romantic. I like it.
I'm from Greece, but I don't have the same. I don't share the same opinion. For me, it's better heat than cold. In heat, I can manage. In cold, I cannot. Thank you so much, Alan, for your time. We're ready to start with your presentation. You can introduce yourself. The floor is all yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for joining this session. Today, we are going to be talking about unlocking the potential of product add-ons for scalable platforms in the era of generative AI. So basically, how you can really leverage the product-centric approach for building fast and quick and valuable add-ons for existing platforms that are available out there. So let me share my screen. So as Maria said, my name is Alan Rocha. I'm a father of 2 boys living in Copenhagen. I'm a tennis and chess aficionate or lover, and I've been 20 years working on this business and on this field. I'm today a director of Fellow Mind. I have been actually holding the MVP or Most Valuable Professional title from Microsoft for the last 14 years, and it's a pleasure to be part of that group. I have been also part of the PAC member, which is the Partner Advisory Council for Microsoft. And I actually did 3 books. I published 3 books about the project management capabilities and also how to build hybrid teams. I would say that some keywords that define a little bit of what I do every day is strategy execution, project and portfolio management, work management, artificial intelligence, and optimizing processes. Okay, so let's jump in directly to the session. And the main topics for today are product-centric approach and how you can maximize those capabilities using actually scalable and well-established platforms. And we are going to be digging in a little bit more on the platforms that Microsoft provide to us. You're going to discover how actually solutions can empower your organization in a very, very different way, giving them a much better customer experience, streamlining your processes, and at the same time, leveraging the data security that is already there, including governance, to make IT also very, very happy. Then, topic from the end will be the era of generative AI and how you can actually harness and bring the best capabilities of AI that nowadays is just blowing our minds with best practices, some real world case scenarios, and also how you can even embed with existing solutions some products that can actually fulfill those needs using generative AI. Okay? I hope those topics is interest for you, but before we continue, the target audience for today is actually quite broad. I'm not going on a lot of technical matters, but I would say that if you are on the C-level, if you are an IT professional or maybe a business leader, product owner, system administrator can also take advantage for this session, business apps users, business app builders, AI geeks, I would say that you're going to also like what you're going to see during the session, citizen developers, which is a new term, and also low-code passionates. So if you are part of this audience, welcome, and let's go to this session together. we have very little time. We have around 40 to 45 minutes to talk and few more minutes for questions, but I think we will take it in a good pace. So the agenda for today, it's going to be basically a product-centric mindset. We focus on add-ons and how that mindset has changed and shifted. Transforming your business with scalable platforms. So instead of you building your own platform, how you can really leverage what is out there available for us through the existing platforms. The power of product-centric approach and why it matters. Then we jump into design your add-ons, products for scalable platforms like Dynamics 365 or even for Power Platform. Leveraging existing platforms with generative AI. So it's quite important to understand that not only building an add-on, you can even leverage capabilities with the AI or Gen AI that are already available for us on these platforms. And then we are going to close with some case studies, success stories, and some examples of some few things we have been working on in the past time. Okay. So product-centric approach and mindset, we focus on add-ons. So there was a big shift from traditional software development to a product-centric model. Again, I've been working on this field for over 20 years. And when I started, and I've been working a lot with projects on the oil and gas industry, those projects are still quite heavy and they require a traditional way of building things. And that way came, the software development in the traditional way came from a little bit on this waterfall model. So if we look at the waterfall model, we have very distinct phases. We have well-established requirements, all identified as soon as possible and probably collected for the whole application solution or add-on. You need to design these in a very traditional way. Fixed roles are established. You have analysts, designers, developers, and they only work on those specific lanes. You have heavy documentation. It's really, really necessary for those types of software development in the traditional way. Then you are going to jump into an implementation, a verification, maintenance of the product, and then value creation is actually going to be generated. So it's a little bit, you're going to get a box software, and it did not change much over the time. From the time you have designed and collected the requirements, it will be that it is. So it's quite important for you that this will delay a little bit your value creation and also lock things that might change over time. We are coming from a pace of innovation where in the past it took us 20 years or maybe I would say quite some decades to get new technologies in place to an era where on weekly basis or maybe monthly basis we get news about new technologies being available, and that has to be shifted. We need to adapt to that. If you have watched it yesterday, Microsoft Ignite, you saw that a lot of things have already changed. And this is actually from the time of design to production to distribution to the entire ecosystem of Microsoft, only months were needed. So now, if you look at waterfall, when you ask AI what waterfall looks like, you can actually see that it's always going to be making a stage one by one, fully sequential items, one after another. You see, again, it's still trying to place all this in a kind of a waterfall look and feel, but you have people walking those steps together to get and achieve something. And I really like this last one that was also fully generated by AI, but you can see that you go one step after another towards a full goal. Then let's go and take a look at a product-centric approach, where we can actually see a completely different way of working in cycles. So all cyclical processes have to be established. You don't need all the full requirements initially already being established. You have a lot more user interaction. There are collaborative teams and a must fast and continuous delivery. That model, it's allowing us to get the speed with the demand that comes today. So if you're looking for a traditional product-centric mode, focus on products, you have and you can use this type of approach. But if you're looking into add-ons, you can even go faster within those deliverables, and we are going to be taking a look at that in a second. I really like, and if you can spot at least on these two different approaches. The main difference between them, and I just highlighted one on each, but it's quite interesting that you can see that the traditional software development approach, it's actually solo, long path to value creation. Why? The product-centric approach and the newest, I would say, the shift that we have made, it's a more connected, interactive, and a cyclic with quick value creation. So I really like, and AI is quite spot on building those things for us. Then the shift from the traditional software development to a product-centric approach, it is something I would like to highlight. The strategic importance of add-ons for scalability and customization within your applications and ecosystems, it's something we're going to highlight, and how add-ons actually can be used to meet specific business needs and enhance already well-established platforms. All of that we are going to be taking a look today together. So, how can you transform your business with scalable platforms? So I would like to start with one of the fastest growing platforms for Microsoft, and the name is Microsoft Power Platform. It is a low-code platform that goes across Office 365, Dynamics 365, and the entire Microsoft 365 ecosystem. It does not only hold specific applications that does specific things, but it comes with very, very good mindset of a low code. A lot of things that can be provided and developed using this platform, it's not required for you to actually create real code and compile. Of course, there are specific applications that require that, but you can really get your hands on and get things ready and done with just as a citizen developer, I would say. When we look at the Microsoft Power Platform, which is 100% AI Copilot enabled, also announced by Microsoft yesterday, they are continue to improve and bring AI to all these different applications. And if you're curious about the Microsoft Power Platform, please take a look at the link below, and you're going to be blasted with how this platform is innovative and is bringing fast growth and also value to organizations in the enterprise field, but also on the small business and all industries within the market. So the Power Platform is also bringing how the Power Platform is actually being used by business. It's a quite interesting question, because even before you can build your add-on, you need to understand and select the platform you're going to be using. And today, a platform like Power Platform, it's allowing us, or allowing the business, to really create and define app modernization. They can actually recreate, rebuild, and scale those apps without a lot of the traditional way that goes for a long solo path. Remember the initial talk we had. It brings business agility. It really improves the process and the processes and experiences that we are going to have with maybe core or legacy systems. One of the key factors of these platforms and how you can leverage your add-ons is building interfaces for old systems, and it's really powerful on that. It accelerates your development, how reducing time and effort while you're creating enterprise-grade apps. It brings all the security and data safety that you need, because it's built on a platform that is very stable and quite solid. Enhance employee experience. It allows you to really interact with the business data that goes across the entire Microsoft ecosystem. So when you are designing and building your application or your add-on or your product, you can leverage data that is outside that silo. And this is another key factor that you can really bring value to the users in order to just bring a completely different system. You can enhance existing systems and platforms. It also empowers departments, because it enables departments to solve their own needs without probably a completely enterprise company launched product. So you can build an add-on that is fit for the need of that specific department and really bring value to them immediately. And also optimize hyper automation. So we are not only talking about web applications or maybe just solutions that is running on the web in the modern way or in the cloud, but also bringing legacy systems that probably are on premises and cannot be moved. You are still able to leverage and build add-ons and automations on top of that. So, but why IT actually chooses the Power Platform, and why it's one of the platforms that is fastest growing by Microsoft? What are the patterns of value here? And like I mentioned, agility. You can really create apps. I remember in 2016, if I'm not wrong, I was presenting at Microsoft Ignite in Chicago on stage for 27,000 people was actually signed up on that event. And I built a mobile app on stage in the last 10 minutes of my session. So this is 2016. And imagine now how you can build those applications that are really powerful, connected to your ecosystem and data. And at the same time, now we even have AI Copilot to help us build those apps. So it's mind-blowing, and I really, really recommend you to take a look at this platform. Governance. You cannot bring applications, add-ons, or products within an enterprise without taking care of governance, data security, and privacy. It's really important for you to manage policies in the right way. You must have full application lifecycle management, which we're going to touch base later. But it's quite important that those environments and those add-ons are fully supported for an enterprise-grade application. And that's why I choose most of the time Power Platform, because it brings natively all of that. And I'm going to touch base on why not just build your own platform as well, but it's quite an interesting topic to understand that this is built in on this platform, so you can just leverage and take advantage of it. Security, it has full encryption, all the securities we have, and Microsoft is investing day after day on how to ensure your data is safe. We are just leverage that. So security is a very key point for IT to choose Power Platform. Responsible AI, we are going to discuss the partnership between Microsoft and OpenAI later on this session, but it's quite important to understand that all the data that you're going to be using within the silo of your add-on, and we have an example in the end that shows that that data is safe within your tenant. It does not go outside, it's not going to be fulfilling for training in other models. Really, really important topic, and it brings you the importance of responsible AI. And actually, it's dev friendly. It has full capabilities for extensions. And that's where we can really bring a lot more value. If you are building products and add-ons, you get full access on APIs. You can build your connectors. You can actually have controls and components. We are going to touch base on those in a second, but also Azure DevOps, full pipeline of application life cycles. So you can build something, click a button, and that is going to be published on other environments automatically. And of course, really changing the culture of building those apps. So instead of going for, again, the solo long path, we can really build a community and create those apps and add-ons together. When talking about the Microsoft Power Platform, we also need to talk about the Dynamics 365 platform. And basically, Dynamics 365 platform is a set of business applications that goes on top, and it leverages, in most of these apps, the Power Platform. So imagine now, and I have another slide that will show all the layers, but you have a platform that allows you to build your own things. But then there is something that is already pre-created for marketing, for sales, for field service, for finance and project operations, which are my favorite ones. I just mentioned them here. Then you can actually, on top of this layer of business applications, create add-ons for industries, create add-ons that improve and optimize the process for these users. And it's quite important that we are still talking about the Power Platform, but we just have an extra layer here that is the business application that is pre-built. So everything we are doing, we need to take care of both layers. We cannot just think about the Power Platform, but we now also need to understand the customer engagement in the connected operations layer, which brings these business applications apps. So this is a great slide to show how you can really transform your business with scalable platforms. So if you go from the top, we have the Dynamics 365. I have my different business applications. I have the Microsoft 365 ecosystem with my email, my documents. That ecosystem can be expanded by partners, by users, by anyone, which is called an ISV, with custom add-ons or applications. And you need to actually have that mindset that you're not building one specific solution. And I will show how the distribution can be actually leveraged using those platforms. But it's important that the product-centric mindset is built in from day one when we are creating those add-ons. If you go one level below, we actually have the Power Platform providing Power Apps, which enable you to create interfaces and user experiences, Power Automate, which automate your processes, allowing you to create flows and workflows that will create and do actions for you. Power Virtual Agents focus a lot on chatbots and how you can have conversationals, but bringing data into that. And Power BI, a completely data and platform science that allow you to create completely mind-blowing reports on top of that. So now, what is interesting is the user interface, where modern apps, which is called model-driven apps, and Canvas apps, which is an app that is a little bit different in terms of technology, but it allows you to actually build apps also for mobiles and has a little bit more flexibility. It's the user interface coming standard with those platforms. Then we have the logic layer, where business rules, automations, plugins, and functions will be applied. And one level below, we actually have the data model, which most of the time when building for existing products or building add-ons, that data model has to be respected. You need to build things on top of the data model with full compatibility, because we are relying on specific components and capabilities on that data model and relationships that if you create your own, you're just building a completely different product, which is also possible. But as much as you can go along and go together with Microsoft development, you are not going to be reinventing the wheel. You can actually build your own applications, your own add-ons, but also following and filling the gaps that it's existing in the product. If I look here a little bit of how this can be actually, I would say, how you can take advantage of these platforms and the different layers is building your own visual components, building your industry automations, building your data model extension without and always respecting the existing data model, as I mentioned, and also custom connectors. So if you have a completely different system or a legacy, you can still create a custom connector that will allow you to actually provide value to organizations. Once we go into the broader spectrum of Azure AI, that increases a little bit more. And because I'm showing this slide, we have some examples that we are going to be touching base in the end in regards of the Azure OpenAI service and how you can even bring to the Dynamics 365 platform belonging to the Power Platform, create an add-on in the top of the layer that actually goes all the way down. Look at your data that is being consumed, your content, and also leverage the Azure OpenAI service, creating and generating content for you in a blinking of an eye. It's really, really impressive how you can actually leverage those layers for Microsoft. And if you want to take a screenshot of this slide, please do, because this tells a lot in how you can really leverage the different layers. Then the power of product-centric approach and why it matters. And if we look here, why it matters is basically by not creating this custom one-time solutions, you improve the customer satisfaction because you also get much valuable feedback. It increases operation efficiency. You have a much better way to actually leverage this efficiency. You align with corporate strategy. You have a much better competitive differentiation. It's easy to scale and distribute, so you don't need to create your own ways of pushing and defining your application lifecycle management. Enterprise application lifecycle management, ready to use. It creates and generates the feeling of a community. Instead of an isolated customer or isolated app, you create a community that is taking advantage of the same add-on. And also, if you are commercializing those add-ons, you also have full billing and cost management ready to use. So why it matters, I've highlighted a little bit on in the increased operation efficiency. You have actually more efficient use of resources, so you don't need to actually have and create your own infrastructure behind. And also for quick turnarounds, it allows you for quick change of directions if not strategically aligned within your organization. It really helps companies to innovate and improve, offering unique values and propositions. Why? Because you can create add-ons that is not available in the market and can fulfill a specific need and make your add-on completely unique in the market. Easy and scalable, it helps you to design and distribute this, leveraging the platform that already exists. So there is an easy way to identify publishers, identify versioning controls, all that built in on those platforms. And that's why I really think it's a great way for you to look at product-centric approach on add-ons for scalable platforms. You can actually go on enterprise application lifecycle management by integrating seamlessly with pipelines in Azure DevOps. It allows you to actually have all the stages for product development, maintaining and evolving that product connected to your customers and users of those add-ons and products. And it really creates the community feeling, also bringing value feedback from the community, always helping you to evolve and improve your applications. And one more, in the ready to build, you have ability to either take your own license control management, but you can also use the built-in on these platforms to commercialize, distribute, and also just leverage. So why Azure Marketplace? Azure Marketplace, and as everybody know, Azure is one of the key factors for the huge success of Microsoft. It's responsible for, I believe, half of their revenue, and it's a place where companies can go and they trust whatever is being published there, because Microsoft has some processes to ensure those add-ons are actually validated, pre-checked, and available for customers to use on the enterprise field. Talking about the Microsoft Azure Marketplace, there is also the app source, which is another type of, I would say, store, but it's an online store, but it also contains thousands of add-ons and apps that can go on a level of those business applications I mentioned before. Instead of going to the infrastructure on Azure, you can actually use them on Microsoft Dynamics 365, or maybe Dynamics 365, Power BI, and other areas. You are able to actually build your own catalog of applications inside AppSource. And this is an example of some of the apps and add-ons we have been published. You have the ability directly on a safe place from your organization to try a free trial, or maybe take a look at the information about those apps. So feel free to investigate the AppSource. It's a really, really nice place to actually learn from what is being requested in the market, but at the same time, you can bring value right on to your applications. But how we actually design those add-ons for those platforms. So it's just have an idea, let's bring it on and make it. I'm gonna go step by step on a few items here. So before you start designing your add-ons, you need to understand that you are not creating a completely new product. You are extending or maybe fulfilling existing gaps on that product. And that's quite important, because if you start moving from a compatible add-on and create your own add-on, which is also possible, you lose a little bit of the track and you start becoming a competitor with what Microsoft is providing. And if you believe on the journey of Microsoft, like I do believe, I really would like to hold hands with Microsoft and go together. But at the same time, there are some gaps that needs to be identified. You need to understand the platform. What are the limitations? What are the capabilities? What is my boundaries that I have to respect? Always follow best practices documented by those platforms. And why I'm saying that is, if you today, those platforms have the ability to identify if you are damaging performance in the system. So it is possible to actually run analysis checks and solution checks that can see inside your code and identify that maybe some of those add-ons are not following best practices. And that will help you not only scalable, but also to leverage the knowledge of who is developing for those add-ons and build with well-known frameworks. That will ensure you to actually have much solid compatibility on devices, on browsers, and few examples are React for JavaScript and also AngularJS for JavaScript. Those are frameworks that are well-known, and you can create very, very much a lot of things using those frameworks. How we actually design our own apps. So this is a good example. I'm bringing the standard product offer and capabilities from Microsoft Dynamics 365, project for the web, and what is coming on different themes. So from the idea management, they can do a few things like project requests, but you feel and you can see there are a lot of blank spaces. Those blank spaces are the spaces where our customers are requesting things. So what if I would like to have some financial information, or better portfolio management, or some extra AI capabilities? That is the first step. Is, do I want to invest on something that is coming or being built by Microsoft, or I know it's in the roadmap? I would say no. the idea is you build those add-ons, they are fast growing, but they also have to evolve within your customers and your partnership with your platform. So if the platform is going one direction and already announced that they're going to build something related to that specific requirement, you should not build that unless you have a completely different approach and a very much higher competitive, I would say, advantage. But other than that, what we usually do is we identify the gaps and then we build other add-ons that will allow you to actually fulfill some items in different teams. For example, now we can do resource management with better interface. We are able to actually generate artificial intelligence with creating project plans, reviewing business case, creating risk suggestions, maybe identifying resource demand. All of that is identifying the gaps on the original product, looking at the roadmap, where is the product from the platform is going, and then making a decision that does our customer needs that specific add-on? Should we invest on it? It's not on the roadmap. Yes, and then you go for it. How you can leverage existing platforms using generative AI. As you know, and I believe everybody has seen on the news, the pace of AI development is massive, is incredible. From the point of that launch and announcement of ChatGPT and OpenAI to the moment we actually have this integrated with Bing, we actually have this already with different capabilities, GPT-4 available for end users, but also for enterprise, all those services being enabled. And as I saw on the Ignite yesterday, presented by Satya Nadella, they are bringing all different models and capabilities and LLMs into the space, like the Meta inside the security of Azure. So the development and the pace is crazy. It's very difficult to combine. But then you ask, but Alan, I'm a little bit confused and I'm a little bit concerned about using OpenAI in my organization. They might use my data for something else. And that concern is super valid. It's today, the data is gold. Having your data, it's really important that you keep it as safe as possible. So when you are creating your applications or products, you have to take into consideration the level of security that is going to be underneath that. And Microsoft ensure, and that's one of the key points for choosing this platform, is below under your tenant, and they have series of compliance. I'll show in the next slide a lot of different capabilities that can guarantee your data safety, your security, and all that information is not going outside your umbrella of information. So Microsoft comes with completely security and data privacy, compliance, reliability, responsible AI, holistic solution, and different APIs for allowing you building your add-ons. And please, you have to take this into consideration. If you're creating an application, you saw an API for a new AI, I would say, service, before looking into it, please take care of those security and compliance factors. Then, if I look at the entire ecosystem of Azure Cognitive Services and Azure Applied AI Services, it is a vast, I would say, a field. Recently announced and also added, we have OpenAI with GPT, DALL-E, Codex, which can enable, not only Microsoft is bringing those items as a standard product. For example, you can actually use GPT together with your Microsoft 365 Copilot, but you can also create your own version, which will have specific needs and will do specific things, maybe for your industry. DALL-E, we actually going to be able, we use this today on Bing Enterprise, but you can also bring that to another level and create your own application within this specific field. Microsoft has been pushing and infusing AI in the low code for a long time. You can see more and more the interface to build those applications are going to be, I would say, low code and really interactive than just writing code. The solutions, and also using some of the AI capabilities, can build and create those codes for you. I've been part of a personal project, I think 8 years ago, where we created the first project management assistant using AI. At the time, there was no, I would say, ChatGPT or OpenAI OpenAI. So we actually had to do everything ourselves. We had to create the machine learning, create the specific data sets, train them, clean them, identify which model, what is going to be applied, validate, recheck, and then train one more time. That will allow us to consume this within our applications. Nowadays, using, for example, Power Virtual Agents, you're able to build your own application within a very powerful solution that is almost built in. Don't forget, you still need to own a very good amount of data to bring this to the next level. So it's really shifting and changing the way we build apps and we create those add-ons. One other overview on the Microsoft AI portfolio, now adding a few more items that we are not only locked on the business space, but we can also go on the entertainment or maybe on the consumer, with Microsoft being Windows and also Xbox. But this shows a very good overview of those layers and how you can leverage them. And if we look at actually how you can actually build an app, this is was generated by AI based on some of the knowledge we had and few things we have created. But I'm going to use a pen here just to give you a walkthrough to how actually you can build your first add-on using Dynamics 365 as a product, the Power Platform, and Azure OpenAI Service. And basically, you have a standard product. That's going to be your initial user interface. Then you can start building ways for you to differentiate yourself or your add-on in specific fields or areas within that application. So you can actually create a contextual action. So I will only appear for the user when he wants to do that specific task. Then what we can create, we need a way to fine-tune the request for the user. So we create a form or a way to identify what is the user wanting within that add-on. We will transform all that user information and inject into the standard Microsoft OpenAI service. And that will make everything that will result from this injection specific based on the user input. And that is the beauty of it. Now I'm leveraging GPT 3.5, 4, and I heard that the GPT-5 is coming next year, but it has full input and characteristics based on what the customer or the user have requested. I will use the Azure and OpenAI services. We have actually ran over 100 different prompts to elaborate a perfect result or complete generation. So be aware that prompt engineering, it is a new job. It is a new role that is going to be joined and be available for hiring in companies soon. You have to know how to generate your prompts in order to get great results. I imagine that this will change over time, but it's really, really important that you spend time building a prompt and you have to really put the effort on it. After I have made my prompt based on the input of the user, the AI will generate the results. And that is just going to be spilling a tons of data and information based on your request. But then you can start filtering that, but what you really think is interesting. So I want actually to format this in a way that my solution will get that generated AIs. I will receive that data. And I can also use one more platform item, Power Automate, to modify, transform, and clean that result, which will allow me to use an existing API, creating a value and generating a completely result that was before unexpected for the user. So this is really amazing and mind-blowing if you think about creating an AI solution that is leveraging an existing well-established platform like Dynamics 365. Those are the steps. So what AI does for Power Platform, it really brings the next generation for AI for developers. We have now Copilot in Power Platform, generative AI templates, AI-assisted data migration, next-generation AI for users, AI-generated analytics helping you identify things on your day-to-day work, generative answers, and generative actions. All those are what AI is bringing to the Power Platform soon. So follow up for more, but it's really important that you're taking care. And again, take a look at the Power Platform. It is one of the most vast and rich platforms within the market today. So let's take a look at some cases, use cases and success stories and some products that we actually build using the concepts we saw before. So the first one, I would like to start with the Dynamics 365 URS. And this one is actually a well-established product. It's been used for the field service for many years. And URS stands for Universal Resource Scheduling. And it helps you to actually manage your resources. This product was built and it has some specific interfaces, but most important, it has a massive and really, really powerful scheduling engine, which will allow you to actually identify overbookings, identify roles and skills, identify which resource is the right resource for the right time, and how you can leverage something that is so good. And basically what we are able to do is actually we build a completely different interface. Behind the scenes, we are leveraging a completely powerful, well-established product that runs on a Microsoft business application that is also powered by Power Platform, but at the same time, I can find a gap in the product that right now some users would like to have an Excel look and feel or a grid view, and basically that's what we built on top of the existing product. We don't need to actually take care. And also, we don't need to do all the scheduling mechanisms because we are just leveraging the services that exist behind this specific service. And that is really good because if you follow the best practices, you're going to be completely supported by Microsoft warranty, and you still bring a completely different experience for your users. This is a great example. And when you build a product like that, it's not only available for URS, it actually being consumed by project operations, by field service, by project for the web. Actually, any solution that is using Power Platform and the URS capabilities can actually leverage an application like that. So fully integrated with Microsoft Teams. And again, it's an add-on which follows the process-centric approach. It's not built for one customer, it's built for many, many customers. Another example, and actually that will be my last one before we open for questions, is something that we think is really amazing. We call it Fellow Mind Synergy AI, and now we are leveraging AI capabilities within the power of a Dynamics 365 application. So we allow users to not only generate project plans, review business cases, generate risk suggestions, research demand, summarize lessons learned, without creating a completely infrastructure for all of that. We just use and leverage the platform that is available for us. We combine project operations capabilities with Azure OpenAI and all the security and governance we have behind that, and also the data that each one of those enterprises or organizations have to build and generate this information with the latest and greatest technologies available. And here's a quick peek of how it looks like. So imagine you're a user, you go to your business case, you fill out your business case, but you want to generate a completely new project plan. You can fine-tune based on specific metadata within your organization. I want to use my project state, and I want those tasks to be created using names as statements, or maybe speak as a Viking, as a joke, of course, but then all those parameters are sent to Azure OpenAI using the latest ChatGPT capabilities, and a completely project plan is generated for you. And trust me, I've been working on the project management field for many, many years, and those plans are impossible to be identified to say, oh, this is coming from an AI tool. Not at all. Really, really powerful, really, really good way for you to leverage add-ons on top of existing platforms and applications. And this is just showing how you can actually build those forms and applications and model how the user can interact even before you call a specific API. With that said, I would like to say thank you to everyone, and it's open for questions. And I hope I fit on the 45 minutes available.
Thank you so much, Alan. I mean, wow, so much information. It's some time to set it down. It was mind-blowing. I'm wondering for you, thank you. Very impressive.
I actually have one more thing to show, maybe. Most of the images on the presentation were generated by AI. So I actually tried to just take my picture and generate my picture with AI. On the left side is a real picture, and on the right side, I just ask it using one of the services, and there we go. I think that's just a funny way to look at, but how the power of AI is actually building and helping us on our day-to-day work. And now, let's go. Okay. Go.
I
Sorry,
loved
Maria.
it.
I had to
I
just
love it. I love it. Thank you for showing us that. So thanks for the awesome presentation. It was mind-blowing. We all can agree that the pace of AI development is crazy right now. You provide us with a lot of food for thought, and I really enjoyed. And seems that the audience did too. Lots of questions coming up. We are not going to have a lot of time, but we're going to try to go for as many as possible. So first question, which of the advantages you reference for Power Platform you think that are the most important and they make the really difference comparing to the other platforms and their competitors?
Yeah. Right now, I would say that most organizations are using Microsoft within their day-to-day work. So if you imagine that your email, it's most of the time using Microsoft Office 365. Other platforms, they also have similar capabilities. Therefore, Power Platform is part of the Microsoft ecosystem. And therefore, that allows you to take advantage of a lot of other things in a much seamless way. I'm not saying that the Power Platform is the best platform. I would say that there are other platforms like AWS that you can build several things, but Power Platform has a low-code mindset and is built in on the culture of the organizations today. So that will be my take is, I'm a Microsoft guy for many years, but at the same time, I'm trying to look for the enterprise grade I would say customers, and they are most of them, if maybe 90 to 95%, using Microsoft ecosystem, and Power Platform just belongs there.
Thank you. Another one, you spoke about the advantages of the product-centric approach, but there are any disadvantages?
Yeah, usually when you go on and yes, great question, by the way. The advantage of product-centric approach, yes, you can streamline processes, create things, but the disadvantage is sometimes you don't get something as tailor-made for you as you wish. There is a rule that rule I'm quite against, that one rule fits all, or one item, one feature fits all, and that does not work in real life. I actually have another session where we're going to be talking about that our processes, our traditional processes, have not changed from the beginning of many years. We get new technology every day new technology, but the way we are doing does not change. So my point, if you go on a product-centric approach, is you're going to get a little bit more standardized process. So you cannot really divert much from that. I think that's the advantage. Sometimes we like things that, just follows our DNA.
So personalization, customization, can be a thing. It can be an issue. More challenging.
It's a completely different path. You can't do your own, I would say, personalization and customizations in a product if you are just building. You have to rely on a pipeline, on a roadmap, and also prioritization within that product. It has a different approach.
Okay, thank you. For the design of add-ons, any tips, techniques of how to identify product gaps and understand the platform?
Yeah, there are a lot of, I would say, great documentation. If you go learn.microsoft.com and if you just search for Power Platform, you're going to see tons of information. My tip on that one is, again, I think I highlighted some of them, really keep compatibility, because if Microsoft changed something and your add-on is not compatible or not following the latest updates, you're going to have a problem in terms of that compatibility. So one key point is ensuring that you are building things fully compatible with the roadmap of Microsoft, also with development and deprecation. So one example, if you create an app and it does a great thing using an API that's going to be deprecated next year, your app has 1 year of life only.
So you will have to keep the pace, the speed.
Yes. Luckily, platforms like Power Platform and Microsoft Dynamics 365, they announce a lot in advance once they need to change or deprecate a specific capability or API. So you don't need to follow day to day, but you need to follow maybe year to year. In the past, Microsoft always guaranteed 4 years in advance that your API will be working. So before they announce the deprecation, you always know your investment will be surviving for 4 years.
Okay, see, thank you. Another one, if I go with one add-on, which one you will select and why? If you have to select one, which one you think is the most important, the key one?
If you are using Dynamics 365 platform and you would like to actually get an add-on right now and use it, I will highly recommend you to use our Dynamics 365 URS Resource Management add-on. I don't know if the question is if I should try one. That one is our favorite. It's really powerful. It's really making the lives of our users different. But if you need to actually build an add-on by yourself, I would say I would start with Power Apps. And Power Apps is a great way and an easy way to actually build your first add-on.
Okay, see, thank you. Another one is a long one, so I post it in the chat, our chat too. How much confidence level we can expect if we want to develop a new product and release in the market by using only AI with complete SDLC process?
I will not say right now, a lot of the AI capabilities, and I really need to push this question a little bit on the side because a lot of the AI capabilities that we are using today are in preview mode. So I will not put one of these products in production once until they are on general availability. So if you're using one of these capabilities like AI or an OpenAI service, which are in preview mode, I will not make that in use of production. Okay.
Okay, I see. Thank you. Another one. Instead of building products for existing platforms, can your organization build our own platform? Can my organization build on our own platform?
Yeah, and that's a very fair question. Of course, they can build their own platform, but when you're talking again about the whole package you get when using an existing platform, like security, all the advances, all the integrations, seamless, usage across the entire ecosystem, building a completely new platform, it will take you a lot of time and money, I would say, and effort. So it is possible, but you also need to check if the existing ones does not do a good job for you, and I think they most do.
Okay. What is the process to deploy products add-ons to app source?
Yeah. Again, if you go to learn.microsoft.com and you search for app source, there's a full documentation there teaching you what is the process. I can briefly tell you, you have to build an add-on, then you compile and you package that add-on. You must have support pages. You must have some links and description of the add-on, which is really good for the end users. And once that is pushed, Microsoft will do code checks for data breach, code checks for data quality and performance insurance, and then they will allow you to actually push that to app source. But learn.microsoft.com, search app source, you're going to see a lot of information there.
Okay, one more, last one probably, because we don't have much time left. If our team is focused on business intelligence and we would leave to build our own add-ons or products, can we do that for Power BI too?
Can you repeat the question?
If our team is focused on business intelligence,
yeah,
and we will leave to build, we want to build our own add-ons or products, can we do that for Power BI?
Yeah, that's a great question. And if you have a team that is focused on one specific of those products, like Power BI is also belonging to the app source. They have organizational applications and add-ons, but they also have app source apps. So you can create your own components and your own kind of data collection and reports and dashboards using Power BI. Great question. And yes, that's a great way to start because you can actually do it without much effort and publishing to the app source.
Good to hear that. So thank you very much, Alan Roja, for your insightful presentation and for dedicating your valuable time to us. We really appreciate it. And a big thank you again to the audience for being attentive and actively engaging with the questions. Now let's take again a short break for a couple of minutes before our next speaker, actually in 2 minutes, who plan to challenge the product mindset stereotype. Thank you again, Alan Roja.
Thank you.
Alan,
Have a nice day. Thank you
it
all.
was nice
Bye-bye.
to meet you. Thank you, thank
Bye.
you, thank you.
Hello, guys, colleagues who have joined us recently, and all of you, and thank you all who have been staying with us from the previous talk. It's BA Excellence Conference that is conducted by the global BA community, and we are happy to have all of you here with us. Our next speakers will be Daria Kupko and Kirill Protasenya with the topic Breaking the Product Mindset Stereotype, Insightful Lessons Learned. Just a couple of small organizational aspects. Just a small reminder that this session is going to be recorded, and all of you are going to receive a link to the recording in about a week. And whenever you have any questions, you are free to post them here in the chat. And closer to the end of the session, our speakers will be glad to answer your questions. So let's jump into the lecture from Daria and Kirill. Please, guys, go ahead.
Hello, colleagues, friends, and hopefully new acquaintances. One of the biggest stereotypes we've heard so far was that a product is something only selected few have relation to. You should be a product manager or a part of a startup team to deal with the product. But look around. Right at the moment, there is a number of products concentrated on this particular call, starting from the headsets we use, finishing with the digital conference platform we all rely on today to run the talk. Not speaking about the conference itself, as well as our personal professional image. My name is Kirill Protasenya. I'm Delivery Management Director in EPAM, but it doesn't prevent me from being a huge product mindset advocate. Let me also introduce Daria Kupko, who is a true expert in the field of product management.
Thank you, Kirill. Hello, everyone. And in such cases, I'm always worried not to meet the expectations, but let's try. Today, our main goal is to share with you product mindset stereotypes and enlarge them. And we would like to try to motivate you right after our speech to start using these product mindset approaches by yourself in your world. And let's start with the one of the most favorite activities from the business analysts, to start from the glossary. It's important for us to understand what is the product before we start talking about the mindset, to avoid any of misunderstanding or confusions. So I would like to highlight for you two key aspects from the product definition. The first one, we all know that the products are done for some of our customers, and it has customer. The customer should receive a value from our product. But on the other hand, we have a product creators who definitely need to receive a benefits from this product. And with that, in a summary, the product is a set of attributes that provide value to customer in exchange for payment or other benefits to creator.
And speaking on behalf of a servicing company, interaction between a company and a customer can be a bit more complicated. The view presented on the slide contains nothing revolutionary, but provides a perspective that one may use to describe any product relations. The focal point of the graph are users consuming the product. Either it is a digital or a physical good or a service in virtual or real world. They are consuming it because it resolved their current specific need. In worst scenario, users just believe that it resolved their current specific need. The solution can be designed, developed, and delivered almost independently and directly to end users. My congratulations to those who operate in such environment, and good luck keeping the status quo. But with a much higher chance, you would need to cooperate with third-party vendors, client-side teams, forming and orchestrating a chain of products lately compiled in a final, but not really, solution for your clients and end users. All that is complicated even more with the fact that there are your own competitors and competitors of your client. Don't wait for revelation to study them. The first in the link who would start practically interested in user needs and feedback along the chain, who would analyze competitors, tolerate cooperation and partnership, take risk, and praise experimentation, would benefit from own services and products more and sooner.
And what we need to focus to be really competitive in this field, from my perspective, this is just really differentiate the output we deliver with the outcome that we need to deliver. And with that, just let's to have these two topics described. The output for us, this is a tangible product, service, or features that we deliver. But the real focus of our product mindset and the product work is the outcome, which is the value or impact that a product delivers to its users or customers. It's, for example, increased revenue, improved user satisfaction, and etc. So this all was around the overall what is the product. Let's assume that we agreed and finalize the definition of our product. What is the mindset in this world? The mindset we would like to present to you with the 4 aspects that we defined from our real life experience. There are lots of different aspects that you can find in the internet, but one more time I would like to highlight to you that we deliver you today the list that we felt really impactful in our work.
The first one that I'd like to share to you, this is a user-first aspect. You really need to know deeply your users. You need to understand their needs, their problems, their behavior, and how they use your product. You can't never declare that you've embraced a product mindset in your team if you haven't ever talked to your users. And it's really essential to talk to your real users, either by conducting real-life interviews or by looking through their data that you have gathered on their behavior, on their usage of your product. And this information, in turn, can inform their development of your product that is tailored to their needs and that provides the really solutions that they are looking for.
I would add that there is a whole discipline built on active listening and attention to customer needs, known as consulting, either it is a business, technology, or any other type of consulting. Everything starts from understanding of a reason, a motivation. It can be a classical problem statement or a sort of a business objective, some annoying issue, pain, or challenge, name it. Products and services are aimed to solve them, not vice versa.
The next one is time to value. And the product mindset is all about creating products that meet needs of the users and provide value for them. In order to achieve this goal, our product needs to be focused on time to value, or time that it takes to our users to realize the full value of our product. And moreover, we also need to deliver the product till the need exists, as it can turn out that the problem is already solved or is not existing, and you will then fail to deliver the value. So our product teams need to prioritize the most essential features and functionalities to ensure that the user can get up and run as quickly as possible to get their value.
And we have to admit that market never sleeps. And as it was said, products and services exist till there is a need. If not a constant need, then at least a regular need. And need doesn't take timeouts. And what is worse, it evolves over time, meaning that you as a provider or as a producer have to keep a hand on pulse and keep the pace of satisfaction of your customers. Add to this general uncertainty of the context combined with probability-based guessing on the features and capabilities to implement, and you would see that there is no room for solution built on untested assumptions. They all might be wrong. Earlier you test your assumptions, earlier you would satisfy the need that exists on market.
And once again, going to the value. We are delivering the value, and our goal is to give the opportunities to our customers, not just products. And no single team, such as a product or engineering, can deliver this value alone. Instead of it, it's crucial to have a cross-functional collaboration that really will deliver our product and our outcome to the user. As an example, we need to closely work with the sales team who need to understand what to sell to our users and vice versa, share to us why it's not selling. And only with that, we will be able to do the really impactful changes in our product. The next one, marketing, who should know how to make our users aware of the value we can deliver. The product design, analytics, and engineering teams, this is no-brainer, the main team who should work together to define the user needs and develop the optimal product solutions for them. And the last example, but not the least, the support team who need to help our users with any issues they have with the product we deliver to again receive the value from this product. And
and vice versa, provide us with a valuable feedback for product improvements. And only this very close collaboration really deliver value or outcome to our users.
Yes, and if collaboration inside between departments and teams sounds obvious, then collaboration with the customer seems a bit tricky. And universal advice here is to treat your customer as an ally, highly dependent on the quality of your work, service, or product, while you're dependent on their success and satisfaction, resulted in financial or any other kind of benefits. Simple as that. Follow the policies and processes. Do not ask for sensitive information without any ungrounded need. Be reasonable, but praise and advocate openness in cooperation, exchanging knowledge, data, approaches, and concerns.
And one of the important aspects that we feel is innovation, because to truly create outstanding product that sets up us apart from competitors, we can't rely on just user knowledge, time to value, and collaboration alone. It's crucial that we take risks, experiment, and push for innovation. This means we need to continuously challenge ourselves to think outside of the box and explore new creative solutions to solve customer user needs in unique and impactful way. We must be willing to fail fast, learn quick from our mistakes, and pivot quickly to adapt to market challenges and user feedback.
Innovation field is full of opportunities, as well as expensive traps. But remember, what is risky for your customer might be a commodity for your team, simply because of different backgrounds. Those who can identify contradictions and tackle them through experimentation and prompt prototyping would benefit because it is the cheapest possible way for the client to get insights on the product and make first steps with innovations. Just try.
And then to summarize, for the product mindset, focus on your users, time to deliver them value, collaborate inside your team, and push for innovation. And it will help you to give a great outcome to your users. With that, we would like to share with you some of the examples of our experience of good and bad using of the product mindset aspects. The first one will be from my side, and this is my real observation from my own work that I have done for some period of time ago. And just to be sure, all names are changed. Let's meet Steven. He is a product manager who had been working with the company since its early days. The company had a great idea for a B2B product, and they delivered an MVP. This MVP was interesting to one of the enterprise customer. He tried it, he began using it, and Steven worked very closely with the representatives of this big customer to meet their needs, to automate their processes and help them. And the first, it looked a really great approach and a really customer-focused work. But then a new smaller customers appeared, and their work and their processes was a little bit different from this big customer. And there was no need to no way to implement it in a good manner in the product. And then Steven was focusing to quickly bring new clients and give them some offering. And with that, he started implementing some customization. But as much customization we added, the more problems we received. And to bring the new big client, it took almost a year of doing the customization to onboard him. Throughout this time, Steven found himself just not paying any of the attention to the other market and not receiving any of the feedback from the teams who was examining this market. It gives a great place for new competitors to be there, innovate, and solve the problems of the other market. As a result, Stephen found himself in a situation when the opportunities of the big first client was almost fully put to his product, and there was no way to grow more with this client. The customizations that he put for smaller clients make his product a Frankenstein that was not able to scale quickly in a good manner to satisfy the needs of the other market. And then let's examine the story of the Stephen and identify what were the root causes of his Frankenstein product created. The first one is just a fake customer focus, because relying on the feedback from a single client may have led the team to develop a product that did not meet the needs of the other wider market. And it's vital for us to understand that every organization has its own unique needs. And what works for one client may not work for the others. And we need to have a broader view for a broad market, understand the needs of the different customers, and try to implement a bigger tailored product for them. Another root cause that I can name, it's no innovation or lack of innovation, because Stephen's team stuck on really giving a solution for processes of his existing clients, and didn't try to find the good approach for the other outstanding opportunities of his clients. With that, I can just say that Stephen should realize that the key success of his product can become only when he will go to a wider audience and working with them and trying to find the good needs and good solutions for a bigger market of his potential customers. And then he will receive a potential for growth. This growth will bring more satisfaction for clients and, of course, more revenue for the company that he works in. This is my story. Kirill, let's hear yours.
Now let's check an example we experienced recently in EPAM. Due to NDA, I can't name the client, but through the years, EPAM was engaged with them in a number of projects, mostly oriented on internal services and data operations. In terms of previously shown schema, we were developing solutions that satisfy needs of client employees. The client is a large producer and retailer of sporting goods, and as a part of its corporate program, it sells refurbished entities under huge discount to employees. EPAM was asked to modernize the platform, internal platform, and the site responsible for the whole process. Nothing radical, but in that specific value stream, employees were just a part of many potential external buyers. It was obvious for us, it was well known for the client, and with all anticipated financial gains, taking the last small step entailed certain risks. The client doubted, and only after a series of seamed conversations and meetings, supported by well-grounded and transparent description of an approach, they agreed on POC. For EPAM, as a mostly technological company, it was something unusual and at the same time respectful to deal with business risks mostly. But the team had some advantages. First, and it is obvious, they knew the technology of the donor platform very well at that time. Talks with the client helped them to formulate risks and hypotheses, so the team could concentrate and focus on them from the very beginning, from the day one. There was neither internal or external competition. That's good, but there were commitments and reputation at stake. Further work required a tight cooperation with tax, legal, and design departments, to name a few. And instead of working on a set of requirements provided by the client in a format of backlog stories, EPAM worked fully and from scratch on business objectives and hypotheses, designing and implementing user journey based on thorough analysis and research. Those 4 months were not easy for the team and stakeholders, but the results were worth the effort. The first, instead of anticipated cannibalization of traffic from the main retail site, client recognized acquisition of new cohorts of users on both. Suddenly, new buying trigger and virality potential appeared. And finally, modernized platform doesn't require 24/7 support, though it was designed and even provided at the beginning, while the site design was admitted as a better one in comparison with the main retail site. Both of the technical outcomes have been achieved despite the secondary priority of them in POC scope. I would name 2 key product mindset aspects crucial for mentioned success. The first one is to be user and client focused, meaning thinking about the benefits first. Second is to work on collaboration and partnership, as selflessly and relentlessly as possible in a given context. But how to understand if existing environment is product mindset friendly? And honestly, it is a kind of a controversial topic. Let me name widely used criteria of true product development setup. It should be better not a service company, with small multifunctional team with product owner covering full cycle end-to-end production with the product somewhere on marketplace, that where everything happening within the team is happening in a startup way with a constant effort in funding of business. And I hope there are not so many among us today who agrees with the list, because I personally wouldn't agree. Service providers are selling products or product of a different kind, but still a product. Product that requires marketing, has its own client base and users, reputation, and other attributes of a product. While small multifunctional team with product owner is an obvious dream setup, especially if we are talking about self-contained and self-organized team of devoted enthusiasts. But reality is a bit different. Teams we are working with or we are working in are not always satisfying this requirement, but they still responsible for the product or a solution. Your team can be a part or can be an extension of a client team or work jointly with a team of third-party vendor or with a team from other department. And finally, don't confuse the team you manage or even influence with the team working on the product at whole. If you are contributing to a part of a value stream, you are still contributing to the product or service. Knowing exactly how you are contributing is the key. Do not be misguided with the perception that only full control over the whole production pipeline makes it possible to influence the outcome or at least outputs. I won't be much mistaken if I say that there are more products and services created and consumed within the company than produced outside. Additionally, only products and solutions created with the view to be sold on marketplace appear there. There is equal or even bigger amount of solutions that are not exposed. It doesn't make them less product as those that you can find on marketplace. Startups and product that they create are crucial for constant growth of economy and technology. But established enterprises are resolving same challenges, just on a different scale. As of the approach itself, it's true. Startups accumulating best known methods for rapid development and growth, while enterprises have to consider own state and operate accordingly. It may question their competitiveness and agility, but not the fact that they are producing products or providing services. And finally, an ability to earn funds for growth and development is the relevant task for any commercial organization, and not only. This point is too common to be a differentiator.
And I think now you're wondering, when is the right time to start adopting your product mindset in your organization? And honestly, you'll be disappointed with my answer. The truth is that there is no perfect time to start. Rather than waiting for an ideal environment, you should take the initiative to be a role model and advocate for a product mindset from the bottom up. You remember, as a BAs, managers, and the others, that you can deliver organizational changes from the two ways, from top down and from the bottom up. Let's try to do the changes from the bottom up. First, start adopting and using product mindset aspects by yourself. Then, promote this product culture in your team, improve the product that you are doing, and then showcase the outcomes to your leadership. And I feel that they will be satisfied with the changes and will support you in it. And just remember, the best time to start is always now.
To sum up, I want to declare what I believe in. Everything is a product. And yes, there are plenty of options where you can apply product mindset even in a servicing environment. The first is your client's product. Study it, use it as a part of the product team, as advisor, just for better understanding of the solution you are developing at the moment. Your service proposition as a product. You better understand how to promote, incept, and retain the value towards clients' initial needs and resulting satisfaction and success. Next goes companies' internal products and services, and even corporate initiatives running like OKRs or similar stuff. And finally, yourself as a product. At least it is good for career development, at most for general satisfaction from work and life. As of the level of influence, the most accessible and therefore most rewarding is of course personal. Start from yourself works very well here. Switch from I'm not working on the product complaint to the question, what is the product and the value I'm currently contributing to? Next is team level. Show your team the application of product mindset. Use product terminology daily. Support any their effort in area. And by the way, you can get even more insights on this particular point from our colleagues' presentation, Product Thinking for the Whole Team, run by Irina Skripnik, Irina Karaseva, and Andrei Ereshchenko. It's worth to check the schedule or the recording lately. And final level is the company level, the hardest one, I'll be honest here, as it touches cultural aspects that cannot be overtaken or done in a matter of days. You as an organization have to be diligent and consistent to bring proper habits and methods to your company, making product mindset approach real.
The next one, you will think how product mindset can affect myself and can give me more success. It's just my point of view, and I think that Kirill is also thinking very similar to me. First of all, you will start delivering the outstanding value by the work that you do. And I hope that you, as the same, will be really satisfied with that and will receive a great outcome to yourself. Then you will be staying ahead of competitors. So it will mean that you will have a great example on the market. Usually, having these product mindset aspects within the team strengthen their motivation, and it of course can strengthen your self-motivation. And maintaining the sense of purpose, for me, for example, is the most valuable thing within a day-to-day routine when I'm doing something, just to know why I do it and how it will help in the future. So for me, this is a 4 key deliverables for myself when I'm doing the work with a product mindset. And with that, I think that we at least convinced you at least to start. So please start, try at least these 4 aspects that we shared and see the results of your day-to-day work. This is all from our side. Thank you so much for listening us, and let's move forward to questions.
Sure. Thank you so much, Daria and Kirill, for an insightful lecture about our product mindset that I hope everyone are eager now to try and implement in their life. So we have a couple of questions from the audience that I'd like you to answer. So the first of them, the first of them will be about some examples, some practical examples of this product mindset implementation. So you, to be more precise, you provided examples in projects, so in some work-related sphere. And can you share how to personally incorporate the product mindset in someone else's life?
Sure, and I also mentioned it, but slightly. Start using the product you're developing in the most obvious one. Secondly, it's better to analyze the market. Where is your product living in the moment? Competitors, their services and products, and it will already help you to understand the strengths and threats flowing around, and discussing all the aspects that you would find with the team will help you to jump from personal level to team level with all those discussions. Daria, would you add anything there?
Oh yeah, thank you so much. I think that this question is my lovely story and lovely topic, because not only about the work we can think, in the product mindset, we as well can think about ourselves as a product, and this is super insightful to do. When we are seeing ourselves as an employees on the market, as a product on employees market, we can think about our own value proposition. And as to create the value proposition for a product, we, in the same way, can create the value proposition for ourselves as an employees. We can review the market or the companies that are searching for a similar type of people and try to understand their needs. So to be a customer focus here, to try and understand the needs of the companies, then combine it to everything that we can do, the all interest and values we see for ourselves, and be innovative and create the value proposition for me as the potential new employee of the company. And then, as usual, create a roadmap and strategy how to become the best of yourself and how to become the competitive product on the market of employees.
Oh, that's
Hope
cool.
it will help.
Totally agree with Daria. Yeah.
Thank you. Great. Another question: how does the product mindset align with product management? Maybe it contradicts or distracts from the role of product manager. It will be helpful to know.
Maybe I can take it. As the product manager, I can answer that. Without product mindset within the team, it's super difficult to live. Even I can say that as a product manager, you will be suffering. because it's much easier to develop the product together with the team when you are all in the same mindset, when you're all customer focused, when you all are eager to innovate, when you also collaborate very closely, as we mentioned in our presentation. So only on that environment around you, it's really easy, interesting, and funny, and sometimes to deliver a good outcome to your customers. And you as a product manager can be an evangelist of this environment, of these ideas. And I think that the best role that you can play here is like a facilitator and coach for your team, to help them understand all these aspects, understand their values, and start using it within the team. But it doesn't mean that once the whole team will be operating in the product mindset, they will say, "Oh no, let's remove Dasha from our team. We don't need her more." No, it just will be a great collaboration together.
I've never been in the shoes of product manager yet, but sounds like Dasha covered all possible aspects around this question.
That's great. Thank you so much. And another question is dedicated to some recommendations that maybe you could share around implementing product mindset at the company level. Maybe some challenges also. It will be interesting.
Yeah, I'd like to step in here. It's a really good question, and it's bothering a lot of different organizations. And my very first personal recommendation would be don't be frustrated at the very beginning if not everything that you're trying to implement works out, because it's always dependent on time, on the phase of your team development, of your product development. What doesn't work at the moment would work lately. Just keep trying. The next thing is that culture is not something, as I said, that can be set administratively. It's from the very definition of this term, it's something that benefits the group, the organization, socium, because of the particular traditions, particular habits, and the way they are doing things. So you would see changes after some time. If you would still try to be product mindset driven by yourself and try to push your team to be product mindset oriented, you would see difference on company level for sure.
Fully agree. Just being an example always helps to start adopting the things.
Yeah, and not all of the things would work out immediately. Give them some time.
As with everything in life, I think.
Yeah,
yes.
we're talking about abstract things to some extent, but they're beneficial. That's the difference.
Yeah. Thank you so much. We don't have any more questions left. So I'd like to thank you, Daria, and you, Kirill, for an amazing lecture. And I hope that everyone got the same amount of inspiration and joy that I did personally. I just have a couple of organizational announcements to make. So thanks again, guys. Dear guests, let me remind you that you are welcome to explore our virtual room that the kind organizers of the conference have organized for all of us. The link is available in the description. Also, you are welcome to join the additional webinars that are going to take place next week. Also, organizers will provide all the information in the description, in the chat. Wherever you look, you will find the information you seek for. As we have a bit of time left, around 15 minutes before the next lecture, I'd like also to give you an interesting question to think about. Just you can post your answers in the chat. So it's called, this is like a creative assignment for you to think about. It's called Ninja Stealth Doorbell. You can imagine that ninjas hate making noise and design a silent doorbell that alerts them without giving away their location. So that's a tricky question.
It's almost like my alarm in the morning.
That's great. Yeah. So everyone, thanks for joining this great workshop lecture, and see you at the next conferences, and talks. Bye.
Thank you for opportunity and good day to everybody. Bye.
Thanks.
Thank you. Bye.
Hello, colleagues who have joined us recently, and thank you all who have been staying with us from the previous talk. It's BA Excellence Conference that is conducted by the global BA community, and we're happy to see all of you with us. Just a small mandatory part. The session is Yes, sorry. So just a small mandatory part that the session is being recorded. The recording will be available in approximately 1 week after the session. You are more than welcome to leave questions on the agenda page on wearecommunity.io or on YouTube channel Business Analysis Community. You can rate the talk of the speaker if you like it on We Are Community page. And today with us, our next speaker is Lilia Sapogovskaya, and the topic is Prioritizing for Success, Crafting a B2B Product Strategy Document from Scratch. Lilia, hello, how are you doing?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing fine. And before we start, I have a small question just to get to know you better. So, how it happened that you actually appeared to be working to be a product manager in Uber? What was your path?
Yeah, sure. So I started my career as an engineer, and after a few years, I got exposed to product management, and I really liked it. So after that, I decided to stick around with product management and worked for several companies as a product owner or product manager, and joined Uber almost 2 years ago. At Uber, I focus on building an internal marketing solution products, and I mainly focus on the experimentation, audience management, and keywords.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for these details. So, the stage is yours. It's your time to shine. Good luck. Enjoy.
Thank you. Okay, let me share my screen. Can you see it? Okay, I think you should be able to see it. Yes, so hi everyone. Today I'm going to talk about how to craft a B2B product strategy document from scratch and how to apply it to prioritization. So for those of you who just joined or maybe missed the part where I introduced myself, my name is Lilia and I work as product manager at Uber. I live in Amsterdam for 7 years, and before Uber, I worked for the companies like BBDO, Rambler, Fuga, and Backbase. I started math and computer science and was lucky enough to be a developer for a few years. So did you know that around 30,000 of new products introduced each year, and nearly 95% of them actually fail? This happens to many reasons, and rarely it happens because the teams lack ideas of what to build. Prioritization is actually one of the key reasons why the teams fail to stay on the market. And we will talk about how to help with the prioritization and how to address it. So prioritization is important in any type of the product, but in B2B, we should consider the following things. You have longer sales cycles and specific customer needs. So the prioritization will be crucial because your sales team needs a bit more time to present the features and need to explain to the prospects what exactly is going to happen. The second one is the strategic alignment and business objectives. Prioritization will help you to align your product roadmap with the client's business needs and their objectives, because then it will be easier for them also to understand which pain points and which business goals from their end will be addressed by your product. And the last one is scalability. Prioritization is crucial in B2B, and it allows you to demonstrate the clear return on investment and scalability potential. In B2B, the decisions often involve larger investments, and they impact multiple departments within the business. But prioritization is not easy. It always comes with the challenges. And we'll start from looking at the most popular ones. So the first one in B2B is overwhelming number of requests and ideas. And this happens because you have so many different stakeholders. You have internal stakeholders such as engineering team, marketing, legal. You also have existing customers, and you have prospects, which are often represented by the sales team. As a result, you might face misaligned priorities because each group of the stakeholders will have their own vision of what is the most important thing in the product. And then it all leads to resource allocation issues. With limited time and team's capacity, even your own time, it's really difficult to optimize resources for the maximum impact. And changing requirements. I think in my career, maybe in 90% of the time, requirements change after you start building something. So prioritization will be a challenge here as well. Now I want to give you an example from my career. We will review the steps that were done by me and also the results that they led to. And I will ask you to think about what actually could be done better in this example. And throughout the whole presentation, I will be giving you a bit more insights into the theory, into the practice, so that it might spark some ideas in you. So I was a product manager for a reporting tool that was used by internal teams and external clients. And soon after joining the company, it became obvious that users didn't believe that the product makes their life easier. I started from gathering feedback, and we ended up having a meeting with a dozen of people, and everyone came with the notes, which was great. Of course, you always want to see your stakeholders being engaged with the product you built. However, the notes were not just the bugs or issues they were facing, they were also ideas and improvements they wanted to see on the platform. And everyone had their own vision of what is the most important for their team. So I collected all of them and asked the senior manager to prioritize, because a lot of the priorities from different teams were contradicting to each other. So I wouldn't say that it all went wrong, and I think what I was able to do is actually to establish the trust with the team and get their buy-in into what we were building. But as a result, the product became overcomplicated and it was difficult to maintain. So looking back at this experience, I actually think I would change some parts in this journey a bit. And later in the presentation, as I mentioned, I will get back to this example and I will show you my perspective on what I would change today. In the meantime, I encourage you to write your comments and what you would do differently. Maybe take a screenshot of this slide so that you have it at hand throughout the presentation, and feel free to post your comments. Okay, I hope everyone who wanted to make a screenshot, they did it. So moving on to the next one. So if prioritization is such a challenge, maybe it doesn't make to spend your efforts on it. But here's the trick. If you don't prioritize, you will end up with the delayed launches, because without a clear prioritization, development teams will end up on working will end up with working on less valuable items. It will cause the delays, and high impact features will not be delivered on time. Always remember that you actually have constraints, and one of them is time. So delayed launches will lead you to customers' dissatisfaction, because failing to address the critical customer needs will result in failing them. And you will see the reduced adoption rates. You will get negative impact on the product success in the market in general. And the last one here is suboptimal solutions. Building ad hoc features may result in delivering a product that lacks cohesiveness, and it doesn't solve the problems end to end. So what is the solution? Having a strategy document can tremendously help with the named challenges, and it will help you to address the issues we just listed. It will provide you with the structure and a framework to make the prioritization decisions. Product strategy can serve you more as a blueprint that outlines the product vision, goals, and roadmap for development. It guides you and your team with decision-making process and ensures alignment across the whole organization. So what are the key pillars of the strategy document? First, it's clear objectives. You have to define measurable and achievable goals for the product. And these objectives serve as the guiding light for all development decisions. For example, a clear objective could be achieving a 30% reduction in onboarding time for B2B clients within the next quarter. The second pillar to the strategy document is precise prioritization, because it will be about the document will explain how you focus and what you focus on. It will enable you to explain clearly what exactly you're gonna build and what you're not gonna build. So choosing to prioritize a new client's dashboard feature because it directly aligns with the onboarding time reduction objective is a good example of how you can use strategy documents and how you can use a clear objective to make a prioritization decision. And the last point is transparent communication. Communication is the key in product management, and it allows you to ensure everyone is on the same page about the next steps, and most importantly, it gives you the ability to justify your decisions. Saying no to stakeholders can damage the trust you've been building, but when you use your strategy to explain the reasons behind this choice, you are given a comprehensive background story. How can you do that? For example, you can share with them a goal-oriented roadmap that will explain how the roadmap items contribute to the identified objectives and goals. A goal-oriented roadmap combines the output and the outcome. And if you're not familiar with the goal-oriented roadmaps, I would advise you to check a website from Roman Pichler, who came up with this concept. He has a template of goal-oriented roadmap, so feel free to check it out and start using it. So what is the role of strategy in prioritization? Strategy documents always acts as a compass in the decision-making process. It guides the whole team on which features to prioritize, and it ensures the alignment with the product's overarching goals and objectives. So let's talk about how to craft the strategy document. First, let's review two stages here. The first one is crafting, and strategy can be crafted from the ground up. Basically, it's when you take the company mission and you derive how exactly your product can contribute to the mission of your company. So in this case, you would have predetermined goals and insights. However, it also goes hand in hand with continuous discovery. And discovery would involve uncovering new strategies through the analysis and adaptation to the market, because the market can change, your clients can change. So staying agile in this way, you will succeed. And depending on the organization setup, your team and your product, you actually might shift from one approach to another all the time, or you can actually stick with just one of them. And remember, you have to use this more as a guidance and not as a strict rule. So I want to talk to you about how to actually create a strategy document and what to include. You can find a lot of materials on the internet, some ready templates, but I will talk about my personal experience. So over time, I developed a certain structure that helps me. And it doesn't mean that it will be also helping you, because you might be working in a completely different organization, but you can use it more as an inspiration or as an example of a template. So in my practice, I always start with a product mission. I always start with a product mission. And the product mission actually includes the main reason why your product exists, why you keep building it. I personally also like to add an adoption map to of the product, because it helps you to understand what is being used. It really depends on the situation and the maturity of your product. But if you manage a B2B product, you likely have more than one feature and more than one client. So draw a map of all the key features that you have and your customers, maybe even your prospects, and map out what they already use or would like to use from the current offering. The next step is to collect feedback and do the market analysis. So when it comes to collecting feedback, it might be just from your direct users, but it can also include internal stakeholders. For example, if you have a support team, make sure to interview them, because sometimes they know more about your product than you might think. And when collecting feedback, try to focus on both positive and negative points. When focusing on positive points, you will actually get insights into what your customers like and what delights them, and you can learn from it. Because you will understand the product strengths that you already have, and you can scale these strengths to other parts of your product. Next, ensure that you also collect your users' ideas for improvements and their objectives. Asking why is the key here. Don't just blindly build whatever your users tell you to build. But you also have to stay empathetic and curious about their experience, and it will come naturally. The competitors' analysis can be done before or after the user interviews. It really depends on your own knowledge of the product and the market. And both approaches actually have their own pros and cons. So if you want me to elaborate on this, feel free to write it in the comments and we can dive deeper into it. But in general, the analysis should include the overview of your competitors, their mission statements, product offering, key clients they have, and some highlights and lowlights. So while these two sections focus more on the research, the next two are pure about the analysis and reviewing the collected information. So the third section here is to include the core objectives for the product. They should be a result of analyzing all the data points you have collected so far. And how to come up with good objectives is a big question, but I would advise to consider your business priorities and your user goals. So try to group their problems by objectives and review how it all correlates with your mission statement. There is no strict recipe here because data will differ from case by case, but you're an expert in your product and you have all the data points. So it's up to you to derive the key objectives. And the last section can be dedicated to the key results and roadmap. Here you should be more specific and clearly define the objectives that are measurable and achievable. You can link the ideas to the key results, and you will then get a goal-oriented roadmap. So that's kind of a blueprint that I personally like to use. But of course, you can find some other ones that might be more fit in your situation. Once you have your product strategy documents, you have a bit more steps to go. So first, start with the team's alignment. Ensure that everyone is aware of the direction you want to take and they understand the rationale behind these choices. Also, don't forget to continuously use this document to prioritize new requests and ideas. It's a live document that is meant to be used and changed over time. And lastly, optimize resources by saying no to the requests that don't contribute to your objectives. Remember that you cannot build everything and satisfy the needs of every stakeholder. So let's finish with the theory and move to the practice. Imagine you managing a B2B marketing automation product. As we discussed, start from identifying the mission statement. For this example, let's say it will be empower businesses to reach prospects and convert them into clients. The next would be to interview your users. So conduct user interviews to gather insights on their pain points and needs. Identify diverse groups of users who might give you input. And this can be active customers, internal stakeholders, churned users, or prospects. It really depends on your case and your product maturity, as well as the mission statement. So, for example, in the user interviews that you've conducted, many of the users raised the problems with generating leads, lower conversion rates, and keeping their clients engaged after they converted. So the next step for you to identify core objectives. Now that you have both your product mission and feedback from your users, you can identify the objectives of the product. What would actually delight your users? So leads generation and improved conversion rates may be a good starting point because it was raised by the consumers and it actually directly correlates with the product mission and likely low clients engagement, which is also one of the problems that your users raised, but it doesn't really match your product mission. So once you have identified the core objectives, it's time to make them more specific, measurable, and achievable. So depending on the identified time frame, you might want to have more than one key result. For example, increase leads generated by 20% and increase conversion rates by 15% can be really good key results. However, here you must ensure that you can also measure the results of these set goals. So at this point, you should have your baseline and you also have some tools to actually measure the impact once you complete certain developments. So how to use this in prioritization? Once you have your objectives, the next would be to prioritize your requests against the objectives. And for that, you can use many different prioritization frameworks. One that I would advise to use, or at least to try to use, is called RISE. where you try to identify reach, impact, confidence, and effort for each of the items that you want to prioritize. So for instance, here you identify that adding A/B testing feature to email campaigns has high reach because it can benefit to many clients you have. It has high impact because it will target conversion rates. And you also have high confidence because you have enough data to support effectiveness of testing features. And of course, efforts, something what you need to work with your engineering team to identify how costly it will be to build. With a limited development team, you want to allocate a significant portion of your resources to developing the A/B testing feature, while other requests with lower RISE scores can be lower on your priority list. So essentially, after this step, you will get a prioritized list of all the features that correlate with your objectives and the link to which exactly objectives they will drive. The next step is to have team's consensus. And to foster it, you would probably hold a meeting that involves your product team, designers, and customer support. So present the prioritized features to them and discuss their importance in achieving your goals, such as leads generation and conversion rates. Ensure that everyone actually understands the rationale behind the choices of building and not building certain feature requests. And lastly, in the real-world application phase, you would implement this A/B testing feature and monitor the impact on lead generation and conversion rates. So here you have to track the key metrics and your client's feedback. Based on the results, you continuously to optimize both product and features, and you also adjust the strategy for future enhancements. So this example actually demonstrates how to apply the prioritization strategy to a B2B marketing automation platform, how to focus on that focuses on lead generation and conversion rate improvements. This example also showcases clear objectives, precise prioritization, and resource allocation. It also explains how to get team's consensus and what to do after you launched a feature. So now let's get back to the example from the beginning of the presentation. As a reminder, this was just my personal experience where I managed a reporting tool used by both internal and external users. So do we have any comments on what could be done better here?
Lily, I think everyone is afraid to make mistake. I think that is why I don't see any replies. But I think once you will share your experience and what was done right and wrong, then people will gain useful experience and use it in their professional career.
Okay, sounds good. Well, I was preparing for this, and while working on the slides, I identified two areas. The first one is I went to the meeting with stakeholders without a clear product mission that I could actually use to filter out their requests. If everyone has their own list of priorities, it indicates that there is no alignment and the expectations from the product are too different. And as a result, I jumped to prioritization without identifying the core objectives and key results. So we ended up building everything the users wanted, and the product became overcomplicated for both users and the engineering team. So those two are the things I would change today. And let me know, maybe you think differently, maybe you disagree with the proposals, but hopefully it sparked some ideas, and maybe it also will help you in the future. So now let's go to the key takeaways from the presentation. Cohesive product strategy starts with a strategy that allows you to clearly prioritize and foster the team's alignment. Starting with the research that will fit into the core objectives and key results, you come up with a goal-oriented roadmap that helps you to clearly communicate both outputs and outcomes to your clients and stakeholders. So again, as a reminder, if you never worked with goal-oriented roadmaps, I suggest you to search for Roman Pichler Go Roadmap and check out the template he has. And that's actually it from me. Do we have any questions?
So thank you so much, Lily, once again for this fruitful presentation, these steps. I'm sure that our audience, the people who watched it, gained great knowledge and experience that can be used in their professional careers. Actually, I don't see any questions in the chat, but I prepared for our talk today and I have some. So the first one is actually, I listened to you attentively, and on one of your slides, I saw words crafting and discovery. And do you think, or maybe you know exactly, are there any situations when you only focus on crafting or discovering, or they always go together?
Yeah, thank you for this question. Yeah, so when it comes to craft and discovery, there are situations where you use one of them. So for example, with crafting strategy, the main scenario would be that when you enter a new market or you develop a new product where the market conditions are already known and the market doesn't change rapidly. So you can use a crafting approach when the market is stable and you don't expect any major disruptions. Discovering strategy is more about rapidly changing and evolving markets, or when you come up with really innovative products and ideas. There you would need to continuously discover and uncover new insights about the markets, the users, adjust your strategy until you actually reach the market fit.
Okay, thank you so much. So now we got the question from YouTube, and it is it actually practical to have measurable goals for every feature?
It's a good question. If your features don't align with the goals that you set, then it might be quite difficult to justify why you're building it. However, there are situations when you want to explore new things, and this actually comes back to this discovery phase. So if you want to discover certain part of the market, if you want to discover a new market fit, like if your product can shift a bit into the new direction, then sometimes it's really difficult to identify the objective from the beginning. And it's about exploration.
Yeah, and also for a new product, once we touched it, maybe you have kind of baselines that would be beneficial, like maybe studying your market. What else?
Yeah, of course. It's all comes back to the competitors analysis. So you really need to understand basically the market that you want to enter. So you want to know who are your competitors, what kind of clients they already have, what are the strengths of your competitors, and what are their weaknesses. So you might want to really review their products if it's possible, but yeah, sometimes it's just impossible to create an account in competitors tool. So it's a challenge, but market research is the key here. I hope
Yeah,
it answers the question.
actually, one of my next question was about the situation when you analyze competitors and it's impossible to create an account and try upon product yourself, but you already replied. Maybe the one of the finals one from my side, if you don't have direct access to your customers, what to do? What will be the solution?
Yeah, I actually worked in one company where I didn't have a direct access to the customers, and it was quite a challenge because you're building product blindly. But what we ended up doing is there are services that allow you to hire people for research, and what we did is we created prototypes that we used through the user interview sessions, and we were able to at least gather some insights about people from the industry, not specifically from the companies that already have been using our product, but just in general, the industry experts that have their own opinion, have their own use cases, and it helped us a lot. And it actually proved to be a right approach because when we released the features to the customers, they liked the user flow, they liked how we addressed the problems.
Okay, so now YouTube is back at work again. So we have one more question. How will you control the inflow of new technology and how you're going to add enhancement in your existing product? What kind of techniques and measures you take in prioritization? What do you think? So maybe I will try to rephrase. So once you have existing product, how will you control the new technology? Should it be added or not? Should it be added? Like, what is the prioritizations? So should it be added as soon as possible, or you can spend some time and decide, do you need it or not?
Well, adding new technology to your product for the sake of new technology is not the right approach, in my opinion. And again, I would circle back to what are the objectives of your product and can they be solved with the new technology? One thing that comes to my mind is AI. Like everyone is eager to add AI to their products because it's a buzzword and people want to stand out, especially when it comes to competing with their competitors. So of course, adding new technologies that can showcase that you're technically more advanced than your competitors is relevant, but you also need to balance and you need to be really cautious with how exactly you apply them. So check your objectives, see if the new technology can help you to achieve the key metrics that you've identified, and then it's up to you to decide and to score this item. Again, use the prioritization technique that you want, but from my example, I would suggest to use RICE, where it will clearly indicate if the effort will bring you enough results.
Yeah, thank you so much. Actually, once I was entering business analysis career, I was also taught that once you have something new and there is a request, first of all, just learn and study, do you actually need it? And then if you need it, then next steps, prioritization, and etc. So Lily, thank you so much for this wonderful presentation and communication and answering questions. I hope that our audience enjoyed it. Again, I will remind you that you still can leave questions to Lily on the agenda page. You can also rate the talk of the speaker if you like it on our community page. Also join us on Facebook, on LinkedIn, and the next speaker, the next topic will be going from idea to execution in Miro. So I hope you enjoyed this almost 1 hour. Enjoy your day. Good luck and bye-bye.
Thank you for inviting me. It was a pleasure.
Hello, colleagues who have joined us recently, and thank you all who have been staying with us from the previous talk. It's a BA Excellence conference, and that is conducted by the Global BA community. Before we start our event and our session, I would like to mention that we have virtual room where audience is welcome to join and ask their questions to the speakers or discuss some topics. In addition, we have a couple of separate webinars that are related to our conference that we have in parallel today, or that will be held on a separate day on November 21st. You can find all the needed links in the description of our stream below. Please join and enjoy. And now I would like to invite our new speaker, Shipra Kayan, with the topic Going from Idea to Execution in Miro. Shipra is the principal evangelist at Miro. Previously, she was head of UX at Upwork and Miro and design thinking coach in companies like Apple. Hi, Shipra. How are you?
Hi, Katya. Good. I'm doing well. How are you doing?
Great. I'm fine. Maybe I can ask a quick question before we will start to give a couple of minutes to join us. And I would like to talk with you about maybe innovations, because innovation is an integral part of today's fast-paced landscape. We have to be flexible and be able to adapt quickly. So how do you generally feel about such rapid innovations? Maybe you know some bad examples of all these innovations around us?
Yeah, innovation, there is a lot of pressure on teams to innovate. And, especially with AI and all of the macro environments, I actually think, obviously when you innovate or do something creative, you're going to release something to the world that doesn't work exactly like you intended. But the bigger problem, I think, is when teams get very defensive. Like there are teams that didn't innovate, like companies like Blockbuster, right? Like that didn't innovate, and then a company like Netflix, which was a small tiny startup, can come and disrupt their business. So I feel like that is something that we need to be more concerned about, rather than doing the wrong thing is like not doing anything at all is a problem.
I absolutely agree with you. And I suppose at today's conference, like a product-centric approach, it's also like a new wave of all these innovations around us,
Yes.
and a new wave of flexibility for our IT environment.
Yes, absolutely. And I think a lot of sort of companies are thinking about what does it mean to be product centric, and you are really, I think that means also being outcome centric, right? So a big conversation around right now is how do we be more outcome centric, less output centric. So it's less about project management and more about creating, sort of thinking about your product and constantly improving it and constantly innovating on it. Yeah, that's something we take very seriously here at Miro, and we see all of our customers are also really thinking about that. Like that's why they leverage Miro, is because they need to get teams together to be creative and to innovate.
Great. So, and I hope that today you can share some experience from your Miro side. And before we start, just a couple of additional technical moments from our Global BA community side, and then we will start. The session is being recorded, and the recording will be available a week after the end of this session. After our presentation, we'll have a Q&A session. You can send questions to the chat or leave them on the agenda page. So feel free to ask your questions or express your opinion. And also, please rate our talk if you liked it and put your likes here in our YouTube stream. And now I suppose that we can start our session. Shipra, you have the floor.
Thank you, Katya. I'm going to share my screen so that everyone can see what I'm talking about. All right. There you go. So as Katya mentioned, I'm a product designer. I've been in design for a long time, and I'm now the design evangelist at Miro. So I spent about 20 years of my career sort of doing design and also helping teams, product teams, engineering teams, and design teams to go from some vague idea in their head to actually building the product and helping them through that process that's usually called product thinking or design thinking. And as about 10 years ago, I found Miro, and I was one of the very early users of Miro and leveraged it throughout my process. So that's kind of really the background that I want to come here with, which is both like how do you actually make something very vague like an idea concrete, and then how can you leverage Miro to do it because in today's reality, the reality is our teams are hybrid and distributed all over the world, and we need tools in order to be able to work together. So a bit about Miro first. Miro's mission is to empower teams to create the next big thing. And what Katya was mentioning in terms of innovation being so critical, we see that around. So when I show you, I'll show you the product and I'll show you my process. But as we're building Miro here at Miro, we're really focused on innovation, and we're focused on teams that are trying to innovate. Because what we see in the market, exactly like Katya said, is that all executives at big companies think innovation is critical. In fact, this McKinsey survey says 80% of executives say innovation is in their top 3 priorities. We did also our own pretty broad survey here at Miro, and we found very similar numbers. Between 80 to 90% of executives at companies think innovation is even more urgent now than it was, let's say, 3 or 4 or 5 years ago. And that's because competition is heating up, technology is changing so rapidly, the landscape is changing. So everyone kind of really agrees. I don't think I could put 100 CEOs in a room and they would agree on anything else, but they agree that innovation is really urgent. But yet what we see is that most executives are dissatisfied. Even though they've prioritized innovation, they're dissatisfied with their organization's ability to innovate. And so much so that actually many of these CEOs, about almost half of the CEOs think that their companies will cease to exist. They will not be relevant in another sort of 10 years if they don't innovate. And what we see, at least here in our surveys and in our data as we talk to our customers, is that generally teams are facing 3 big challenges when they try to innovate. They either have tools that don't talk to each other. So a lot of times I'll talk to designers that are using Figma or Sketch, or product managers using PowerPoint and Word documents, and engineers that are using Jira or Azure DevOps to manage their work. And these tools, they don't have access to each other's tools. They don't have access to each other's documents. And so the knowledge is sort of distributed in different tools, and people can't come together to really discuss things as a team. And you don't have creativity when you don't have multiple perspectives. The second challenge we see is that distributed teams can lack some shared context, right? So if you're having teams that are not in the same office all the time together, they lack shared context. If you have team members that left and a new team member joined, they lack the shared context of what is the history of decisions and principles that have gotten you to the point that you're at. And finally, we see external pressures to do more with less. So this is referring to both sort of layoffs that we're seeing in our industry right now, but also sort of the competitive pressures of having to move really, really fast. And so with these in mind, this is kind of the challenge set that Miro is focused on. And this is where I want to focus my time with you, is thinking about how can you create an environment where your team can innovate, where your team can go from an idea and not just have it be an idea, but go and execute it. All right. So I know that folks on the stream, you all have different levels of experience with Miro. But I want to talk to you all a little bit about what Miro is, and then dive into showing you how you can use Miro to go to do your product thinking or design thinking exercises. So I'll stop presentation mode just so you all can see. I'm in a Miro board right now. This is a Miro board. And for people who've used Miro, you probably think of Miro as a whiteboard, right? It's we've got like our shapes and stickies, and you can sort of bring people in and collaborate on Miro. But over the last 10 years, Miro has extended, we've built lots of applications, integrations, and features onto Miro that make it far more robust. And that is some of what I'm going to show you today. So the way that Miro works is, there's three parts to it. One is, how do people use it? So teams use Miro for throughout the product development lifecycle, from strategy to your solution design to actually executing the solution. But the basis of Miro is our capability bundles. So as I share with you more details of how you can use Miro throughout your product lifecycle, you'll see these 6 capability bundles, or 6 sort of sets of features and functionality areas of innovation for Miro show up. So Miro is investing a lot in product development workflows, and that means supporting you in your agile work, including integrating with Jira and DevOps. I'll show you some of that. We're investing in diagramming. We're investing a lot in workshops and asynchronous collaboration. So how do you get teams together to collaborate both synchronously in a meeting and then asynchronously, which I think is like such an important thing that not a lot of products are solving very well. We are using generative AI in Miro to automate and reduce some of the manual work. You can integrate with your data visualization software to bring in your charts into Miro, as well as do some lightweight project management if you're not using a project management tool. So just as you see Miro, I want you to look at it beyond the sort of basic whiteboard and see sort of all of the ways in which you can leverage it to really bring your teams together. And finally, Miro is enterprise scale, so it's built on a scalable platform that has enterprise-wide security. So that's a little bit about Miro to set the stage of why we're here to talk to you. But let's talk about you. So it's not about Miro, it's about you, it's about your work. And the discourse in the product management sort of space right now is how there is a move towards agile, there's a move towards product-centric thinking, there's a move from, as we were discussing, outputs or project management to outcomes, or actually helping the customer do something that they need to do. But there's this kind of discourse of like, how do you then go, if you want teams to be agile and autonomous, how do you do this idea to execution cycle in an iterative way? If you ask a designer like me, I would say, well, use the double diamond. And many people on the stream will probably be familiar with the double diamond. If you're not familiar, what the double diamond represents is a design process where when you start with, if you have like a very early opportunity or idea, the first step you do is you understand the problem. So you diverge, you gather a lot of information, and then you converge, you define a problem area or a space that you wanna play in. And then you diverge again, you ideate solution ideas, and then you converge again and you build one solution. So you can't build like 50 things, you build one thing. So you go through this process of diverging and converging multiple times in order to come to the best, most creative, most innovative solution. So this is what I would say, right? If you ask me, how do I go from idea to execution? I might say, do the double diamond. But in reality, what I see is, even though this is the ideal process and everyone knows it, what happens in reality is that probably as a BA or as a PM, what you're seeing is throughout the quarter or throughout your half, you probably have a lot of incoming product feedback. You have feedback from your customers, from your sales team, from CEOs. And we see this, product managers are barraged with so much incoming feedback. And some of them have spreadsheets, some of them, like, you have various ways to keep that feedback, but a lot of it, like, just is in your email inbox, just dying usually. And then suddenly it's roadmap season. So you get everyone on the team now has to produce a roadmap in a week, right? Like, and that becomes your focus. So when it is roadmap season, there's no like direct link to all the incoming feedback to road mapping. A lot of times road mapping happens in a hurry. It just is something that needs to get done. And then teams start focusing on delivery. And we see this cycle over and over again. It also has, I used to do this also in my previous life when I was building products. And what happens is there's a lot of fear in this process. So when it's roadmap season, I'm not thinking what is best for the customer or what is best for the business. A lot of us are incentivized to thinking, can we commit to shipping this? Because a roadmap is about what can you ship? And then we start focusing on, we got to ship it on time. And so much of our lives is spent in this output mindset versus the outcome mindset of, are we solving the right problem? Should we stop doing this? Even though it's on the roadmap, can we like just not do it? And after we ship something, did we solve it? Did we actually solve the problem? How do we need to iterate on it? I feel like we're far too focused on this fear-based, output-based mindset. So this is where I see teams that are trying to harness this chaos and trying to make sense of it and trying to weave product mindset throughout that process. They're doing three things, and these are the three things I want to focus on today. One is when you're kind of doing your road mapping, anticipating it, and they're doing road mapping workshops with their broader team. So not just the product manager, but with your marketers, salespeople, your designers, your engineers, everyone coming together to doing road mapping together so that all ideas and inputs are taken into consideration. The second thing that I see teams doing is design sprints. So once you have sort of your opportunity areas identified, leveraging design sprints, which is a 5-day process, and I'll dive deep into this a little bit. So leveraging design sprints to go and actually prototype ideas. And finally, user story mapping. So this is a way of taking a solution and actually converting that into stories that you can then put in Jira or DevOps to execute on. So story mapping is like a very nice structured process, because otherwise sort of it's one person sitting and trying to develop all the user stories, whereas story mapping can be a collaborative process with your entire team that takes the customer's journey into perspective. Right. So this is where I'm going to spend most of my time talking to you about how you can do these three steps in Miro. Yeah. Let me know if you have questions, if you're seeing questions in chat, if you want me to pause at any time, please let me know. Otherwise, I will keep going. All right. We'll start with road mapping here. All right. And this is when I'm going to show you my own road mapping process that I've done with previous teams in the past. And I've also included some ideas that I've seen out in the wild that I think work really, really well. So this is what a road mapping board, my road mapping board on Miro might look like. Gonna hide this notification. So as you can see, my Miro boards can get quite wide and extensive. But something that I like to do every time I have a big board is to have a little table of contents. So what I do here is just, these are just sort of shapes that I've linked to different parts of my board. So I like to put a little sticker from our sticker packs. I don't create these cute things. I just look for like a sticker that says start, and then I just pull it in to my board. But this is so when I share my board with other people, they know where to start. You can see my process here as well, where that I do strategy first, then the roadmap, and then go to the features. And then the way I've done this is I've linked each of these sections to different parts of my board. So if anyone wants to go to the roadmap, they can click right here and they'll be taken to the roadmap. All right, so the way to do this, in case anyone's interested, is let's say if I wanted to link my roadmap, I can copy a link to any element on a Miro board. So here I'm selecting the roadmap, I'm going to copy the link to it. And then on any, and I can paste the link to it here. So I'm going to select the shape that I want to paste the link to, and then I'm going to select link to, paste the link, confirm, and then this little arrow signifies that the link is to another object on my board. So now if you click it, you'll go to that object. Anyway, so that's just how I like to organize big boards as a quick tip. But let's say I was supposed to come up with a roadmap in a week. What would I do? Well, the first thing I like to do is have a Miro board for my product area that includes where I keep collecting all the research and strategy that I'm seeing out there. You know, all of those incoming pieces of feedback, like I try to keep organizing them in a Miro board. So in my research and strategy section, generally I have, some kind of PowerPoint. So I know a lot of people use PowerPoint for information, and all of these PowerPoints are always like kind of lost everywhere. Within Miro, you can embed your PowerPoint. You can drag and drop it in, or you can link to it in OneDrive. So now I have my live sort of PowerPoint strategy deck, whatever is relevant to my road mapping right in Miro. And that way, when I'm finally ready to do road mapping, I have all my documents together. So I have the PowerPoint, I have voice of the customer. So this is generally stuff that I might have heard from the customer support reps. I keep that, I try to organize it with my team along the way. And then any personas and journey maps. So keep like documenting what part of the journeys we're doing well, what part of the journey we're not doing well. So the more I can keep all of the incoming feedback organized, the better. Along with my journeys, I personally also like to look at the qualitative data and the quantitative data together. Lately at Miro, we've started launching integrations with various BI apps. So in this case, you can see this stock chart, which hopefully you're not looking at stock charts in your work. This is live from Tableau. So this is live embedded right from Tableau here. So I can look at sort of what is the qualitative feedback, what does conversion look like in terms of numbers. I also like to just have my data all in one place. So what this helps me do is when I'm doing a road mapping workshop, I can bring the team in and we can all do a wall walk. We're looking at all of this data together. So a few quick tips here. If you have data, let's say in a spreadsheet, right? A lot of times tickets come in a spreadsheet, or if you have, let's say, survey results in a spreadsheet, here's a tip. So this is a survey, let's say, that I did. So this is a survey that I did. And what I've done here is I've color-coded the survey by the role of the person responding. So you can see here, purple is design leaders, green is researchers, and pink is designers. So I can color code my survey, any kind of spreadsheet that you have. I'm just showing you a survey. I can color code it by user type. And then, the most important part of a survey is that the field where people can type in like an open text box, right? They can just say in open text how they feel about your product or what their problem was. What I can do here is I'm just going to copy the cells. I'm just doing Control-C or Command-C and copying these cells. And I can bring it back to my Miro board here. So in my research and strategy section, I would just go in and I can paste those cells. So I can choose to paste it as a table or as sticky notes. So here I will choose to paste it as sticky notes, and you can see, voila, I have all of those open text box responses and sticky notes here. And now I can start doing some analysis. So if I multi-select a bunch of stickies here, I can start clustering. And in Miro, you can cluster by color, by tag, by author, by keywords, and by sentiment. In this case, I might start clustering by color. And so now I know already that blue, let's say green was researchers, and blue was leaders, and pink was designers. So now I can start seeing, oh, what are the different roles saying about my product? And let's say I'm really interested in designers, I might bring that down and say, okay, let's cluster by sentiment and see kind of what do designers like, what do they not like. So now I can start kind of looking at the data in various ways. So just wanted to share that. I mean, something else that you can do with the new AI drop that we had at Miro, I'm going to go back here. Let's pretend that I just pasted all of these verbatims. Now, this is a lot of data. Let me give myself some room here. This is a lot of data. It would, take some time to like try and make sense of it and organize it into themes. And so the first thing I use to take a first pass at data like this is to cluster data by keywords. So here I can cluster by keywords, and this is Miro kind of using natural language processing to go through and find common themes in the data, common keyword areas. So here you can see Miro found a few different similar ideas. So this one says Miro, it's all the stickies that say how Miro is easy to use. This one also says how Miro is easy to use. So if I was trying to make sense of this data, I might, put these two together since it's all similar. Maybe I see something about templates. Okay, they like the templates. And so I can get kind of an initial clustering of what people like and don't like about Miro in this way. So there are lots of tools to bring your customer data into Miro and then start making sense of it and synthesizing it so that by the time you're doing your roadmap, you have all of this data. In my case, I would probably ask my team to walk through this data for a few hours so that they're really deeply entrenched in what does the customer need, where the customer is having problems, and then we can go ahead and ideate. What should we do? What should we do this quarter? Ideate, vote, cluster, and then prioritize. So you'll see I never start from scratch. I always use templates. And I love this 2x2. So I'm going to just look in templates to show you which one I used. Anytime we have ideas, this is the template that I use, the 2x2 prioritization method. Anytime we have ideas that we need to prioritize, you can use a matrix or whatever framework you have. I like 2x2s, so just a basic effort impact matrix to start thinking about where is it that we should focus. Like in this case, my team ended up focusing on this stuff. So we did go into like do it next a little bit, but we didn't do our moonshot idea, for instance. All right. So once you've kind of gone through your road mapping, once you've got your ideas, the next step is to put a roadmap on paper. A lot of times I find that ideas, you're not really sure how long it'll take. You're just making a guess on how big it is. And I think going through this effort impact matrix can start to sort of make you, start to give you an idea of like how big a project might be. But what you can do here is if I have my prioritized ideas, let's say these are the 4 that we prioritized, can copy it, bring it over to a road mapping table. And then in Miro, you have sort of two kind of basic objects. I would say stickies are good for like really quick data, and then you have cards. And I just converted, and I did that really quick. So I'm gonna do it slowly. If I have a sticky, I can convert it into a card. And now this card gives me a lot more areas that a lot more facets, metadata that I can set. So I can start putting some metadata here. I can assign this to myself. I can add dates. I can add a definition of done, etc. And so these cards are kind of richer sticky notes. They are also the elements that will integrate with Jira when you need to. So here you can see, now that I have a card, I can like kind of bring it in and decide, when are we going to do this? Which team is going to do it? What are the dependencies? And you can see in some of the cards here that these are actually Jira issues shown by the Jira sign. So if I open this up, you can see actually the Jira issue that this is associated with. All right, we'll go into Jira in a bit, but this is generally the process for road mapping collaboratively that we use. Now, once you have, I'm going to go back to my visual here. Once you have sort of an idea of the areas in which you want to do work, the next step, generally, let's say you have a project that you've prioritized, you have a team. A lot of times that team will meet 1 hour on a Monday to like discuss what they should do. And then they'll all like go off and do their own other things. They'll be in other meetings, and then they'll meet again, the next week for an hour. And like you're only making progress by an hour a week on a project that you're trying to deliver in a quarter. And a lot of times that means that people just feel stressed by that time. You're towards the end, or by the time you need a solution, you're just like kind of making it up. You're not really thinking about it. You're not diverging. You're not creating multiple ideas. You're just like, just doing, you have one person doing the minimum they can to get to a solution. And that doesn't really bring you to the best, most customer-centric idea. So design sprints are one way that you can solve for that, and kind of get the team together, get some focus time to focus on one idea and build a prototype. So if you all haven't heard about design sprints or seen what design sprints are, it's basically a 5-day process. So you get a team together of 3, 4, 5 people, maybe 6, but you get a small team together and you use for 5 days. And throughout that 5 days, you go from your initial idea, and the process shows you how to do it. But you start with a little quick map, like this is a very simplified journey map, to sketching and ideating, to prototyping, and actually doing some user studies to see what customers think about your prototype, all within a week. So theoretically, by the end of the week, you will have made a lot of progress. You'll have made like a month worth of progress on this project, but in a way that's actually collaborative and comes up with like more diverse, more interesting solutions than if you were just doing it in a stressful mode. So here I have my colleague on this board, Taram, to help me demo some of the features that I wanted to demo here. First of all, the first part of a design sprint is, and again, like some of you may know this from Agile methodology as pre-mortems, but the first part of a design sprint, I like to ask the team, what is our long-term goal? Imagine the best, imagine that we ship the best product ever. What are we going to unlock for our customers? And teams have a really easy time answering that question. But then this is the second question that I asked teams, which is now get really, really pessimistic. Imagine that we fail. What are the big reasons why we would fail? What are the big questions we need to answer? What are the big things we need to get right? And this part, I find that a lot of teams have a hard time answering a question like, how could we fail? How might we fail? This is a very vulnerable moment. If you just tell people, come on a Miro board and write stickies, a lot of people may not write anything, or they may be watching to see what other people are writing. And so we've introduced a few features in Miro to help make this process more collaborative and reduce groupthink. And I will show you a few of those. So if I was bringing teams together in a Miro board to ideate, the first thing I would do is start private mode. And in private mode, basically what it does is I can see in private mode what I'm writing, but I can't see what my team members are writing. So it creates a very focused view of Miro. So I'm going to turn on private mode, and generally I would also turn on timer. So I would say, okay, let's do 4 minutes. I would pick some music. There's music integrated in the timer. And I would just start the timer. And then I would say, all right, team, come on in. And you can see now I can't see who else is on the board. I can't see what my other team members are writing, but I can see what I'm writing. I am worried about. So here we are all writing, how might we fail? Will customers use this? Will people pay for it? So as you can see, I can write my biggest fears, and my teammates are writing theirs, and I can't see who writes what. And this kind of experience creates like some like a safe space for you to be able to think without being distracted by what are other people writing. Am I saying the right things, or what will other people think of me? There's none of that. So I'm going to turn off private mode now. I'm going to turn off the timer just for the sake of time. Turn off private mode. And once you turn it off, now it'll reveal what other people have written. So definitely try private mode if you're using Miro for any of your brainstorming situations. So here again, I can't tell which team member wrote what, but at least now I know what are some of the key concerns. When I do this with teams, I like to also, once you have one thing that we struggle with, of course, is once you have all of these stickies, like what do you do with it next? So again, with Miro's clustering, I've started using that in a lot of my meetings. So I'll cluster by keywords. And so these are the notes that my team had created for this design sprint that I'm showing you. And you can see some of their concerns. Is there a clear value prop? Can we make it so? Can we make it really easy to onboard? Will it be simple enough? Will team leads, will they learn a new tool? Is it going to be better than other tools? So you can see some of the themes that start coming up. A lot of times also at this stage, I might ask my team to vote and see what are some key ideas that are popping up. So in Miro, you can now also use the voting widget. Again, this top middle bar is where I'm using all of these things from. So with the voting widget, now I can ask my team to just say, okay, what are the top 3 things that you think we should be concerned about? And that way, if I have a large team, I can start to see what are they concerned about. So I'll just quickly demo for you what this might look like. So if I start a voting session, everyone on the team can then start to vote and use that 3 votes to say, these are the things that I'm really, really concerned about. And if you have a big team, you can, if you have like 5 people, and I don't mean 50, if you have 5 people, you can start to see some of the themes in which themes where people are feeling some of the pain, some of the worries. You can start to see kind of what is bubbling up in terms of areas that you need to focus on. All right. that's one part. The next part for us in a sprint is always to map out what is the product that we're trying to build, the experience that we're trying to build, and with Miro, it's pretty easy to map things. So I can show you something here where, something that I use a lot is if I have, let's say, if I pull in a shape, let me just start from scratch here. Let's say I pull in a little shape to start drawing a diagram. And this is the first step. I can use these little blue dots to make some quick diagrams, some quick shapes. So it's pretty easy to quickly start connecting things or creating things. And I can change any shape into any other shape. So there, it kind of makes it easier for me to start drawing a diagram here. So anyway, diagram journey mapping or mapping the flow is a big part of any solution. So this is an early stage of let's map the flow. Where should we focus? What is the hardest part? Do some how might we brainstorming. And this is the part where we're really thinking about the customer. We're really thinking about who are the customers, what is their experience. Then we can go ahead and look at some inspiration from the world and sketch. So something that's interesting about sketching, I still believe in paper on pen sketching. Even if you're not a designer, all you need to do is do boxes and arrows and text. You got to use real words. I don't like, dashes or lorem ipsum. You got to use real words because words are the main part of how we communicate with users. And here you can see there are two different people's sketches. This person just took a picture of their sketch. So even though I can zoom in and read it, you can see sort of their paper. You can see the lighting is different. This person here also just took a picture of their sketch, but you can see that it looks kind of like it was scanned. So they used a scan app. You can use like a Google Scan app, or if you have an iPhone, there's a scan feature on the Notes app that you can use for this. So yeah, so we do sketches and then we, put little blue dots and talk about what we really like and what we don't like and what really works. And once we do this kind of deep analysis of what are the different people's ideas, we get a diverse set of ideas and we can start looking at what are the highlights, what are the features, ideas that we want to keep. The next step is to build a prototype and then to test it with actual users. And so when I'm testing with users, I saw you previously had a session about why you should bring engineers into user testing. I think this is so important. I think the entire team needs to be there. And the way I ensure that is I make sure that they take notes in Miro. So I usually will ask my team to take notes. Here I'm using a note-taking template. So you can see my 5 user participants. And then my team coming in and taking notes here. And I think, if they don't take notes on Miro, they'll be taking notes on Word docs and sending me multiple Word docs. That is just hard to make use of if you don't have enough time to read through everything and dedupe. But the thing that makes it really easy, I think, to take notes in Miro is if I have a sticky note and I'm typing, I can just hit tab and tab and tab. And I can start kind of taking notes without leaving my keyboard or using my mouse again. So it's really not that hard to take notes. So I have my team come in and take notes in Miro. And then the other thing I do is have them tag the note. So I'll create some tags for them and they can create their own tags, but I have them tag the note based on which page the feedback was from or what was the idea or theme for that feedback. And then what I can do at the end of the user study, let's say you very quickly, you're able to get feedback from, these 5 participants. I can then take these notes that my team hopefully has done a good job tagging and cluster by tag. So now I can zoom in and see, as you can see, my team wasn't great at tagging these, but now I can zoom in and get all the feedback on the landing page. And then I can, get all the feedback on the preview page and all the feedback on the matrix. So it just helps me in the analysis of all of this feedback from users. And then we, as a team, we come together, we ask ourselves, is there product market fit? Can we help our users do all of these things that we want them to be able to do? And we make a very clear-eyed and honest assessment. Did we actually solve the problem? This is when we ask that. And remember, we're only on day 4 or day 5 of working on this idea. So it can be sort of a really quick way to get customer feedback, ensure you're on the right track, and then think about next steps. All right. The final thing that I want to show you on my design sprint board is a lot of times we'll do these processes and then we'll have a leader come in and ask us, hey, what did you find out? What did you think? And I would send them my Miro board and they'd be lost. They're like, what is this giant Miro board? Where am I supposed to look? So we also recently launched this feature called Talk Track. And again, all of these features that I'm showing you are in the top middle bar here, toolbar here. Talk Track allows us to create, will allow you to create a walkthrough, a video walkthrough of you walking through the board, and it's embedded in the Miro board itself. So here, after I've done the sprint, I might send the leaders in our team a quick video walkthrough of here's what we learned. And if I'm going to play it for us, and you'll see how it works. Basically, let me make sure the sound is off. Basically, what you're seeing is I'm talking about here's what we did, here's what we learned. You can see my cursor moving. At any time, the person can pause the video and they can zoom out. And if they have questions, they can pause it, they can look here. If they have questions, they can add a comment for me and tag me. So this is a live board where they can still interact with the board, they can still zoom out, but whenever they're ready, they can return to me and see what I have to say about next steps. So that's kind of the Talk Track feature. It's being used quite a bit for many use cases, as you can imagine. So definitely try it out. It can help reduce meetings and help make your Miro boards easier for others to follow, right? We know our big boards, but others don't. Okay, that was a lot of speaking. I would like to pause here for now, and make sure that I'm taking questions, that I'm making, that I'm answering any questions that you all might have in our last 10 minutes together. And I'm just going to leave the slide up. This is some of your team, Miro team here at EPAM. So definitely reach out to folks later on. But Katya, I'll pause there because I think there might be questions.
Yes. Firstly, thank you, Shipra, for such a wonderful session. I'll definitely take a lot of tips to my work, my daily work, and in general for the whole life, because we can use a lot of ideas to combine something to create a new, I don't know, also ideas and etc. So thank you so much. And yes, we have a couple of questions, and I suppose that we can start our Q&A session. And our first question, do you use usability testing on prototyping stage? We have our own tool inside EPAM, but what tool do you prefer in your team and why?
Yeah, so yes, definitely do usability testing throughout the process. So definitely on prototypes as well. So in terms of tools, I personally, if there are designers in the room, they tend to use Figma or Sketch. If we're using Sketch, we use Envision to make a prototype out of it. And for the actual testing, there's I know there are tools out there, user testing, Dovetail. For me, I am fine with using any software, video software that transcribes. So I use Zoom with transcriptions, so I can export the transcriptions and look at them later. So maybe I'm not like using all of the latest tools, but I've heard Dovetail also is a really great tool for that. Did I answer the right tool question, Katya, or is there?
I hope so. Yeah. So
Okay.
if our colleagues will have another questions, you can see the contact here, so you can ask directly or clarify some points. So yeah, also it will be helpful. Another set of questions. So our colleague has three questions. What is your suggestion to save this for future as an artifacts? Any period of lost time inside of Miro, I suppose? And what is the data security you have inside of Miro?
Yeah. So, well, so definitely, I really firmly believe artifacts are very, very important. And the reason that I like using Miro for these tools, for these processes, is actually you don't have to document anything. You don't it just automatically creates a trail of all the key decisions that you made, so that when you have someone new coming in to your team, you can kind of drop them into a board like this, and they can see here's the context, here's the ideas that you didn't do or deprioritize. So I think of Miro as really a strong artifact. And in terms of security, so if you are on an enterprise plan, so we take security very seriously at Miro. We are used by 99 of the top Fortune 100 companies, so we have to kind of abide by their very stringent security criteria. So if you have an enterprise plan, I would say again, your IT team probably has looked through data security. If there's a specific question there, I can answer that, but overall we're enterprise grade secure. And definitely your IT team will have scrutinized it very deeply before allowing you to use it.
Thank you. Our next question, do we have an option to integrate other tools in Miro for dynamic data progress? For example, integrate a Power BI and able to see live analysis in Miro instead of opening Miro?
Instead of opening Power BI, yes, absolutely. So specifically on Power BI, I would have to look at our roadmap, but overall, for data tools, we do have live integrations, and you will get to see live data. And the benefit of that is, not everyone knows where to go and click, where to go in Power BI to look for certain charts. But if you, as the BA, can embed your key analytics charts here a lot in Miro, then the rest of your team, like your marketers, your engineers, can also see here are the 5 things that are relevant to us. So it becomes kind of like a dashboard, but like a qualitative and quantitative dashboard. So yeah, I'm pretty sure Power BI is available, but I may have to get back to you. I have to look at our release schedule.
Great. Our next question, can you describe an example that inspires you when your or another team turned chaos into understandable flow or future list?
Turn cards
Chaos into understandable flow. Like a lot of mass information, a lot of, I don't know, sticky notes, ideas, feedbacks, and etc. And maybe you have some real expiring for you example when you turn all this mess into an understandable flow or feature list.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yes. So, I have so many Miro boards with lots and lots and lots of sticky notes. And I guess I have 3 tips for that. One is to not do it alone. So it's very common for me, if I have 1,000 sticky notes, I will bring like 5 people in and have them help me to start to organize them. So if I have something like this, I will have other people come into my board and we'll start to organize the sticky notes. So don't do it alone is tip number 1. Tip number 2 for me is always to use a framework to organize it. For me, it's journeys. I always organize stickies by the customer journey, especially if it's about pain points and challenges. Once you start organizing it by a customer journey, it doesn't have to look nice. It just needs to be organized in that fashion. And then finally, the final thing there is to ensure that it's actionable, right? So a lot of times, the best time to ideate solutions is after you have really immersed very deeply into all of these problems and challenges for your customers. It's not like 1 month later, let's come together and ideate. No, you need to ideate the next day. So whenever I'm kind of organizing stickies into a journey map, even if there's no roadmap needed for the next few months, I'll have the team generate immediately some how might we statements, and I'll show you in my journey example. Of course, this is a very simplistic journey. I guess in your real world, it'll be harder. But immediately, I want my team to start thinking about opportunities. What are some ideas? What are some how might we's along this journey map? So never stay in the problem space. You have to come to some ideas. So those are just some tips. But yeah, it's a messy process. I think it's okay. Embrace the mess. And it's good that it's messy because the best ideas, the most like surprising ideas will come from just staying in that mess for a little bit, just staying there, not feeling uncomfortable.
Thank you. And our last question for today, really a nice question. And what is your favorite feature in Miro?
What is my favorite feature? So my favorite feature in Miro is the music in the timer. So like you can turn on the timer and you can pick music. And there's multiple reasons. First of all, I think the best part about Miro or any meeting is when people are working together in silence. Like you don't have to speak, because when you're speaking, only one person can speak at a time and not everyone feels comfortable unmuting and speaking. So the best reason to use Miro is to give people multiple ways to share their ideas and to work together. So whenever the timer is on and the music is on, I know we're actually doing work, and we're doing much more work than we would if we were talking. So like for me, I'm like, I need to use the timer.
Great. Thank you, Shipra. I cannot see any other questions, so we can close our Q&A session. And now I would like to say huge, big thank you to you for such a useful session and for sharing your experience and knowledge with our audience. And also, I would like to thank our audience for joining us, watching, and asking questions.
All right. Thank you, Katya, for having us, and to the broader EPAM team, because it's really a group effort here at Miro. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I want to highlight one more time that the conference is being streamed from the official YouTube channel of the Global BA community. And here you will find recording of our past events, interviews, and a lot of other cool content. So subscribe to this channel and also follow us on Facebook and LinkedIn. And all links are in the description of today's stream. Join us and stay up to date. And in continuation of our conference, please join our next session on the topic, The Road to the New Product Thinking for the Whole Team, How We Do It, which will begin in a couple of minutes. See you soon.
Hey everyone, thanks everyone for joining, and thanks to all our new audience who decided to just join this talk. Once again, it's a BA Excellence Conference that is organized by the global EPAM BA community. We're all super excited to have you today. And just before I go on mute, I would like to give you a few useful pre-session notes. First thing first, please remember that we have 4 different webinars running additionally to the conference sessions. You can still find them on our community page, so don't forget to check them out. To have a more engaging atmosphere, we also invite our speakers and all people from the audience to join the virtual rooms, where you can continue chatting with the speakers after each of the sessions. For our colleagues watching us online, just a friendly reminder that the session is being recorded, and the recording will be available in about a week's time. Also, once the session starts, please remember to drop your questions either in their community page in a comment section or in the YouTube directly. We will try to answer as many of them as possible after the presentation. We also encourage you to share your feedback about the presentation when it's over. So please remember about it because it helps us improve next year. And moving forward with the presentation itself, our next speakers are Irina Skripnik, Andrei Areshenko, and Irina Karasova. And they will, their topic is the road to new product thinking for the whole team, how we do it. And just before I hand it over to you all, I'm just going to give a quick introduction. So first you will hear from Irina Skripnik, who works as a product manager. She launched her first product on the market in 2009, and she is an adept of Management 3.0. Through her experience, Ira found that the product mindset radically changes team behavior. She has conducted more than 5 successful product-oriented transformations, and she is a senior product manager at EPAM. The second speaker is Andrei Areshenko. He has over 16 years of experience in IT, grounded on solid technical background and architecture skills. He is an expert in e-commerce domain, project management, agile and safe frameworks, planning and execution of transformation projects. He is building and optimizing delivery processes, able to supervise delivery on both project and program level. And the third speaker is Irina Karasova. Having marketing background, she started her IT career as a business analyst in 2011, grow in business analysis, product management, and project management skill sets. Inspired to discover the world of transformation in practice in stream product owner role. And at this stage, that's it about me and you guys, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Roman. Could you help me with my presentation? Oh, great. Thank you very much. Okay, hi everybody. Today we're talking about product mindset. And I've got a funny story to tell you. Imagine, I joined a new software project as a lead product manager. The project was developed by a big global IT company. I cannot say its name, it's a little secret. Okay, then I conducted the research of this product. I discovered 3 important things. First, there were highly skilled architects and amazing developers of this project. Second, the product consisted of more than 3 or 4 product modules. And finally, the modules didn't work together and the teams didn't communicate with each other. And the most tragic thing, it was already on production stage. I was completely taken aback. And I started digging. What's the problem? Why? Bingo. They didn't have both business and product goals. They were fighting for the resources against each other. They worked only with stakeholders and forgot about their customers. They managed to plan and estimate their activities but failed to develop on time. They did the wrong things at the wrong time with the wrong people. What can I do? I thought to myself. So now I'm going to give you a list of recipes that helped me many times. All of them lead to creating the product mindset in a team. And initially, we, along with product manager and architects, analyzed the product and their architecture for perspective of value delivery. What can we do quickly and efficiently? How can we structure discovery and delivery from the idea to the end consumer? Everyone will have their own answer because it depends on the customer's profiles, how flexible your architecture is, and how advanced your development technologies are. But even if you have monolithic solution, there is still a way out, such as internal open source, for example. If a team understands who they are serving and what benefits they are providing, they do it with joy. And this is the first step forward forming a product mindset. Next step, we conducted a series of workshops with the business and business stakeholders to discuss our goals and objectives. Together, we pilot out with on-canvas model, vision, formulated goals, identified the most important ones, and defined metrics of them. This allowed the team to hear the business and users, and for business to communicate their tasks to the teams. For collaborative work, we use World Cathy method, which permitted us to engage quite a number of participants. The recommended group size of such a method is not more than 8 to 9 people, and the number of groups depends on talents of your facilitator. It's important that a facilitator is an external person standing above the fray. And so what next? From disparate team, we have formed inspired team that understand that way working for. And from disappointed business, we have a business what has become a part of the team. And this are my second 3 P's: vision, transparency, and team. Okay. We formed product teams for each value streams. Their composition included product manager, architect, designer, product analyst, or some CGM analyst, delivery manager, and product owner. Product owner works with 2 teams, product and delivery, possess business knowledge and develops it within the team, development team. This allowed us to improve communication, stop separating discovery and delivery, as the team is responsible to end-to-end delivery and value, and form unified backlog that included business and architectural initiatives, technical depth, and research. And my mixture here: product team, backlog, and responsibility. How will all of this work? Okay, we have a group of people who share a common goal We've even named them a team, but how are they going to work together? Oh, it's, give me a minute. It's simple. A unified meetings rhythm to keep the heart beating in unison. You can choose any framework for all of these. I don't know. What do you want? Our teams are still very young for complex frameworks like True Scrum, for example. So we call this framework the path to the Scrum. This is a schedule for taking mixtures and peels and to check the health of the product and the team. Additionally, we implemented quarterly business reviews and meeting with stakeholders bi-weekly, for example, to ensure that everyone is always on the same page. You can check two circles with product team and development team in this slide. Okay. The remaining challenge is to understand how and for what a healthy healthy product team can develop its product mindset. And I have an answer. So we have arrived a reason for developing a product mindset with the team for adaptivity, ability to change, listen to users, market and stakeholders, quickly receive feedback and deliver value. Note that we have a very large section in the area of problem validation and experiments, including on production. And next, okay, here I have left you several notes and description what exactly we did in the teams to change the mindset. You can always return to the summary and practical recommendation. You can check that it was workshop with product practices, okay, a lot of workshops, and a lot of interesting meetings for discuss about roadmap processes and forming of it. And what else? What's very important? It was a product voice in all of these events or meetings or documents. I think that it's a good idea for growing product mindset. Okay, and if we talk about adaptive paradigm and product mindset and product thinking, we can say that product practices, value streams, and team-centric method are very good ideas for this. Okay, and my colleague Andrei will talk about how development teams become adaptive and product-oriented. So, Andrei, over to you.
Thank you, Irina. So, speed is essential. Speed is a key for efficiency of product approaches and product practices. Colleagues, could you please help with my part of presentations? Okay, let's speak about efficiency of product approaches and practices a little bit. It's essential. It's essential to get timely feedback from users. But how can we improve our efficiency? How we can improve efficiency of product approaches and maximize value from product mindset and product practices?
Andrei, could you share the presentation, please? Do you have access to it?
Unfortunately, no.
You should find somewhere sharing button. It should be available already. Oh yes, I see it now. It works.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Thank you a lot. Let's continue. And speed is essential. Speed is very important for product practices and approaches. But how can we get faster? How to enhance our pace? Let us analyze this challenge through the lens of team structure and delivery paradigm. So the project-based paradigm, which is predictive paradigm or whatever, it's usually built like that. You have some horizontal system owners. It could be component owners. It could be the subsystem owners. It could be as big as front, back, middleware, whatever. But these guys own the system code. It is important. And there are vertical guys. Usually they called project managers. Sometimes you don't call them project managers. It could be product managers, it doesn't matter. But these are people whose job is to somehow give task to these guys and then get their work and integrate it together. So that's what they to do, execute an end-to-end project. Either you create a dedicated team or you don't create a team. Even you work with all these system owners in order to do what is required for the project. So we have multiple product managers. Once again, can them product managers, call them, doesn't matter. They are the people who manage system owners. So the next slide, what issue does it cause? Very similar, very primitive issue. Every project manager or vertical wants to deliver fast. And then for that, the dependencies of multiply system or components or whatever, and they have to be thoroughly planned together. But the problem is each system or subsystem or components has very complicated set of priorities. So you can move fast, you can't move fast because you are linked to other people. And there is no single organization entity, the system that can deliver value fast, because in order to deliver value, you have to bring this subsystem together. It's similar like on this picture, sack race, and we are chained to each other. It's so complicated thing. So this is a slightly different way. We can see on the next slide. And this is the key things. Please pay attention. There are teams that own components, single components, multiply components, doesn't matter. So when you get the feature, this feature has to be decomposed between different teams. Yeah. and then a team work on it. Then they integrate and test the solution, and only after that, you remember the graph in previous slide, only after that you can deploy something to the customer. So the good thing, it's very logical. Yeah, every team knows what they own, very clear ownership, but ownership of what? It's quick. It is key question. Ownership of code. On the other side, whatever is important to the customer, it's not the code. Customer doesn't care about the code. Customer cares about the features, and managing features in the system, it's not very easy. The drawback of such system, or maybe everything is right. Why not? Yeah, and this is a lot of waiting for each other. It's the key issue of this system. Teams wait for each other, integration is complicated, and every team has their own priorities. And that is very true. There is one important thing here. Teams own components, and they don't structurally means he are good people. That's why I care. But structurally, they care about their components, not about the end result. And this is what they paid for. They focus on what they call local optimum. I want to optimize my components, and I don't care about your components and about components of other teams. This is one of the key issue of this system, and this is one of the key issue that we have to address. Or other are pretty trivial. Indeed, so this waiting so long time, you get value only after integration. But one of the key things here is that developers, but not developers, engineers, testers, whoever, they detach from what business wants. It's very important. They detach from business value. They focus on improving only the local components, architectural components, technical components, not business features and business values. So, is there an alternative? Is there any other model that we could get organized to solve these issues? Yes. Answer yes, and you have to realize realign the organization to what matters to the customer, because this is what we are paid for. Okay, so the alternative is brought is 2005 by Craig Warman, one of the famous software guys. So, and this is how it looks. Let's focus here. This is key to what we are trying to do. Instead of what we are create such teams that instead of owning components, they own features. Then in order to implement the feature, they can make change to any component of the system. This is one single backlog. Every team can take anything from this backlog, implement it, and testing it, and get feedback and other all necessary things. This model solves some problems. Engineers become much more involved in the end result. They see what they're doing. They see the business results. They see the business value. They care about customer needs. They feel it. It's all sounds good, I hope. But there are very interesting points and certain dangers. Let's talk about a bit about these dangers of this model and some risk. This model looks attractive because every feature is owned by the team. Teams work for what is important for the customer. Everyone is happy. But you have to make teams make changes to almost every component in the system. So there are multiple challenges with that. If the system too complicated or even complex, then teams have to know each and every component in this system. How it's possible? The other challenge, teams make changes into these components at the same time, and it would be a mess and it would be difficult to maintain design and architecture. and how align these vertical teams together so then they working in the synergy of the whole system moves up and not just one feature. So these are really concerns, and these concerns should be addressed to implement successfully this model. So in this model solve issues, the key issue of engineers working like in a startup for the customer. On the other hand, it's not easy model to implement because the complication of multiple teams working on the same components at the same times, and you need to align them together. So this is just another illustration of the same model, some issues of same approach. So on top, we have classical project-based delivery. You have subsystem, you have features coming from the customer, the under discovery, and the during decomposition, and then they decompose between different system and components, and they fall into different backlogs with different priority, and they have to be integrated. So we have discussed the issue, the model we expect. And let's take this little green people from top part and from each and every subsystem to the one team. It's easy when you have front, back, or whatever middleware, or whatever else. So you combine them into one team so that this team as a team has expertise in all subsystem. You bring in everything into this team, everything to make it autonomous, to deliver to the customer, and even to take the fast feedback loop. So this is how we can form feature teams. They called feature teams, obviously, because they're focused on features, not on business value, rather than on architecture entities and architecture components. But truly, what I want to understand from this slide, inherent structural issue in the classical model, in the top, in the predictive model or project model, whatever you do, they do not allow you to release features fast. You can improve their communication, you can improve engineering practices, you can improve this, and you can improve that, but there are structure issues that we try to address, and this is way how we try this. So simply say, there are a coupling between how the organization is structured and how the system that it works on is architectured. So if you have, for example, 3 departments in your organization, and you will have 3 paths compiled because every part of this organization want to have a piece of the pie and to have own something, to have power, to have so the overall architecture also depends on the org structure, and vice versa. If you have certain architecture components, don't be surprised if there are teams around these components. Most organizations are built like that. There are architectural entities and organizational entities around this architecture components. And some organizational entities, they even can fight. It's like what we call it. It's like living organism. Teams organize like teams fight between themselves, each one trying to get more importance, more prominence, even more power. So, and this is what we want to get away from. We are trying to increase autonomy in order to increase adaptivity. We want to increase autonomy more like a startup like startup team, and where each team, whatever you call it, can deliver something meaningful to the customer, can deliver business value, can deliver business feature. So, and this forces us to break away from the model of code ownership, because if you want every team to be able to change every component, then it means that code is not owned, and this is totally counterintuitive for many people because like if the code is not owned, what do we do with that? And to summarize my part, it's like easy to draw a PowerPoint slide, but what about reality, right? How to organize it, how to make sure that through that though they don't mess up the code and design and architecture, have to make sure that these teams really know all these components. It's easy when you have, for example, 3 subsystems, but if you have 500 components, what do you do, right? So we have developed approved framework that guides organization with our assistance through the necessary transformation and changes to their path to adaptivity. And for example, in the recent engagement, one such organization which a complex environment involving 3 product over 15 companies team, 100 of architectural companies, several technology stack and programming languages, and even legacy components, monoliths, successfully implement these changes. Next, please. Clearly, the successful implementation of this team structure required through mature engineering practices and the adoption of different approaches such as inner open source practices, components, mentors, guilds, isolation practices, and so on. This slide illustrates best practices implemented or modified and improved within the this challenge, and entire process of implementing from the initial analysis to the first sprint in the new model, and its stabilization took less than a year. And remarkably, it was possible to achieve these results in terms of reducing time to market for initiatives and epics without compromising quality. For illustration, one of the key metrics, defect containment, also showed improvement. So thank you a lot for your attention, and let me conclude my part and turn the floor over the next speaker, Irina.
Thank you. Thank you, Andrei. I will talk about backlog management and the challenges that we face here. And as you might guess, it's not as easy as it sounds. I invite you to join me as we explore the ins and outs of this dynamic landscape. First of all, let's go back to one of my previous projects where our backlog was full of ideas from users. It was like having a zoo of creativity with each idea wanting attention. However, our development team's ability to handle these ideas was like trying to fit an elephant into a phone booth. It just didn't work quite well. Imagine the oldest idea, a decade old, still valid, but of low business priority and high complexity. So it could mature faster than it could be implemented, actually. Fast forward to our current project, and we encounter all the same challenges. We are dealing with a multitude of end users, exceeding 50,000, and we are eager to hear their voices. Numerous business stakeholders whose support and involvement are crucial to making the product valuable for their company. A constrained development team capacity. Resources are always limited, but the proportion of what we want and what we can results in the huge pressure we face as the product team. In light of these challenges, we recognize the need for a clear approach and criteria on how to fill and prioritize the backlog in a transparent manner for our business stakeholders and end users. So, these are the approaches we use and see their value even in the very short term. The first is a proactive approach to our product development. Sometimes product teams are focused on the successful juggling of backlog items they got from requesters, trying to prioritize them and implement the most valuable ones. We are sure that we, as product owners, may propose more value within the core product development strategy based on the company's goals and user research. Being focused on high-level goals, we still accept the direct request for implementation, but we may also provide the value the end users could not predict and request directly. We are not just bystanders, we are actively shaping the future. So the second is intake entity introduction. Actually, intake is not a backlog entity, but a kind of pre-backlog entity where requesters should describe their need and provide justification. It's like a movie trailer giving us a quick look at what's coming. This step helps us to filter the ideas, ensuring that only those aligning with our main plan make it through. Is it always clearly described, ideally described? Actually, no, but anyway, it helps us to save our time as it decreases the general number of requests. We see that some needs are not so highly wanted to make a request to spend time on the intake's description. And we also don't have to spend our time to clarify all the details that are initially missed and not filled in. And for the submitted intakes, we do understand many more details from the scratch. So as I've said, we are saving our time and make our requesters more responsible of the requests they are sent into our product team. The third point is business value measurement. That's still a tricky point for us, but we are sure that when it goes about business, value should be measured in money, and backlog items should be prioritized based on this parameter. For the system like ours, money can be spared within the system due to processes automation and decrease in manual work and its costs within the compliance risk reduction. Also, money can be earned when it goes about efficient data usage by third-party apps that are bundled with ours. Whether an idea saves time, reduces costs, or contributes to earnings, these are the metrics we use to sift through possibilities. It's a practical approach focusing on tangible impact. Then I'd like to tell a few words about MVP usage. It's our fourth focus. Minimum viable product is a well-known approach that we apply now to our business requests, and we formulate the hypothesis and within post-analysis phase may estimate where we are approaching the goals or not, whether the goal is still valid and we should add several more components to reach it. Incremental approach allows us to deliver and get users' feedback quickly. Based on the feedback received, plan and prioritize the development of subsequent increments. And the last but not the least, our fifth power is including technical depth in product backlog. Behind the scenes, technical depth related stories are crucial for maintaining the set. They ensure a smooth experience for our users, preventing issues that could hinder our product's performance. And it's about balancing innovation and sustainability. Technical debt related stories are of the same value as business ones. We do need to measure and estimate them together with our functional epics. As we conclude this journey, imagine a future where our backlog is not just a place for ideas, but a dynamic force driving innovation. Let me remind the points I've just mentioned, and this proactive approach to product development. Don't try to fit all users' requests to a backlog. Collaborate, research, and focus on the product strategy first of all. Then is intakes usage. Provide a tool allowing new requests to come with the described business value and impact. divide intakes backlog and product backlog. It really helps. The third is business value measurement. Language of earnings and costs helps to reasonably prioritize your backlog. The fourth is MVP and incremental approach. Deliver product within increments, bringing value to the customers within short iterations. And the fifth is treating technical debt as important as an important one. Technical stories matter. Prioritize them within the product backlog, realizing their final value. So thank you for joining me on this exploration. I believe that now we are ready to answer questions. If we do have some, let us check. Roman is back.
Hey guys, thank you so much for quite valuable insights into how to drive the change. Just give me a few seconds. I'm gonna probably shoot questions in an order that you guys speak into. So the first question is for Irina. Have you experienced any communication issues within the product teams?
It's a very interesting question. Of course, there have been, we all human after all, but usually we can talk about our value and about goals, and we corrected some problems or questions and discussions. And if people are together, they can do more than it's not in a team.
Awesome. There is a similar question. How did the stakeholders react to your initiatives?
Raman, could you choose something more, not so interesting? Initially, they were skeptical, but over time, they recognized the value of the changes, intakes, roadmaps, and they invested a lot of time to our workshops and communications, and I think it's very good.
And when we talk about the timing, okay, I just lost Irina, but maybe she's still here. Okay, then we can proceed. Andrei was next. So there are a few. Okay, Irina is back. Sorry, I'm just gonna shoot one more question. When we talk about the timeline, how much time did the change take? Like in your example, I guess.
Yep. Thank you. It depends. Yeah, because teams are different, product are different. I think 6 months is a good result for transformation, for first global step for forming a product mindset.
Awesome, thank you so much. I also seen a few questions for Andrei. Andrei, so I mean, there are also similar questions like
Okay.
how did the team take change and how long it can take? So maybe you can also share your thoughts on that one.
How did the team react to these changes? Oh, of course, first reaction was, you are crazy, guys, you are crazy. Well, how you imagine of it? How you imagine it? Okay, we have 15 teams with expertise on different components and so many different programming languages, Java, C++, C#, Python, Golang, and different frameworks. And to be autonomous and end-to-end, these teams have to be 20 people to have 20 people to gather together all of this expertise from all these languages. And one other popular concern, do you really think the developers and engineers will ever care about business issue, about business needs? And so on and so on. Lots of similar objections, lots of concern, but always they are similar. And the teams are different, the companies are different, the context is different, but the concerns are the same. And it's natural for us to fear and even resist changes because they bring something unknown, maybe something risky, and someone is open to new experience and looks at it with interest and with open mind, and someone is very difficult to get out of the comfort zone, and even someone fears to lose his authority. Someone fears to lose power. So we are all human beings, and in such situation, it's very important to find supporters of changes within teams, within organization, and some find agent of changes within company who can join work groups and to work out changes, to work out blueprints, and of course to work with people. It's essential to speak in groups, individually, to explain, to help, to understand, to find, to try to help to find new interesting opportunities for team members, for people, for their careers, and so on. Yeah, it's always difficult. So I would like to take this opportunity to recommend a good book about changes and reaction to it. Our Iceberg is Melting by John Cotter. It's simple story about doing well under the stress and uncertainty of rapid changes, and it's really good book and really story. I recommend.
Awesome, thank you. Also, there is another interesting question, and I guess we've mentioned the word change for like 100 of times by now, so that question is even more relevant. But from your personal experience, do you recall any examples when it's better to leave things as they are and don't introduce a new change?
Oh, real examples. Not implement these radical changes. I can say that for significant change, for radical changes, to be successful in any company, there must be a request from request for change, and of course, it should be support of the company top management. It is impossible to transform any organization from the outside. The company management must clearly understand why in our rapidly changing VUCA world is important to be adaptive, to have time to react quickly to external challenges, to market changes, to not to lag behind, but to get ahead of the competitors. And it is a question of success. It is a question of survival sometimes. But for example, if your product is already at the final stage of its life and you don't plan to actively develop this product, and if you're satisfied with everything, then you have no request to be more adaptive, to be more faster, and you don't want any radical changes. but request it is important. We can change something if we have request.
Awesome. Thank you, Andre. And wrapping it up, I also have a few questions for Irina. Was talking about the backlog management. Just give me a second. I lost them. Yeah. Irina, which effect in terms of backlog management do you see right now in such a short period? And we can't hear you.
We don't hear you.
Okay, sorry. Now I'm online, I believe. Okay, not so much time has passed after this recent transformation, but I believe that we do already deliver things faster because we use MVP and hypothesis testing, and we do deliver something that is really required by our users because we measure our business priority effectively and prioritize the backlog items accordingly. So we do not just listen to the loudest voices of our customers, but we have reasonable tool to measure the business value and to plan our activities according to this.
And another question is about challenges. So maybe you can say what's the most challenging in backlog-related transformation? Maybe top one.
Yeah, so it's easy for me to answer because for me the most challenging task was to say goodbye to our old backlog because it was something that has been formed for years. We have been taking care of it, and each of the tasks that we would never implement was carefully registered and supported. So now we have started the new backlog from scratch based on the new principles. So I'm quite happy having it, but it was really hard to farewell with the old one.
Got it. Yeah, I think it's always hard to let things go, but
yeah,
maybe it's done for good. And also, probably the final question. I don't know if you answered it, so just please feel free to say it. But is it transformation you were talking about? Is it experience? Is it the first time you're doing it? And how do you feel about it, if so?
Actually, yes. Despite of my colleagues who are experienced in such activities, I'm a newcomer in this case. This is the first transformation for me now, and actually, I feel tired and excited at the same time. We are still not at the very beginning, but somewhere in the beginning of our way. And I'm really inspired of everything going around. We have a team adapting to the innovation in a really good manner, I believe. Of course, we face some unpredicted challenges, but anyway, we are dealing with it. And I believe we'll be doing great in short adaptation period. Thank you for these questions. It was a pleasure to answer.
Thank you, guys. I think we have no more questions. So once again, thank you, Irina, Andre, and Irina for sharing your experience with us and with the audience. Also, a huge thank you for everyone who've been sticking around for almost the whole day, since it's the last speech and we will be wrapping up the conference shortly, I think. So that was a pleasure having you around. And we hope you enjoyed the presentation. Please stick around and share your feedback on the community page about the conference and the speech in particular. And I think we'll see you around. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. See you.
Thank you. Bye.
Hello, everyone. Again, thank you for being with us for so long. I will just sum up this day with a short presentation, short slides. So yeah, we had like 1,000 and some more registrations for today. We have people from 46 countries. It's so great. Thank you so much for interest for this conference. Also, we had 10 speakers from 8 countries, which is, yeah, it's a great result. And yeah, I want to thank again for all of the speakers. They were great. Um, all of them shared the best uh, the best knowledge, the best experience. So it was a great event in general. Yeah, talking about our partners a little bit again, thanks to our partners. We really appreciate all support and all help we have for this conference, and we really want to have connections for the next ones. Just to highlight some moments, that on 21st of November we will have 2 more events. First, why do I take developers to customer interview from Andrew from Booking. So yeah, don't miss this opportunity. Scan QR code, go to our community on your community platform and just register there. Also, the next is Product Renaissance, Evolving Excellence and Driving Innovation from 2 great speakers from EPAM. Again, 21st of November, don't miss this opportunity. Yeah, it's available here on QR code in community, and also we will share it on our social media as the previous one as well. Also, as you may see this slide on a previous time today, we really want to hear from you what you will be interested in for the future conferences. So again, Minty, up to you. You can scan it on your phone, or I will send a link to the YouTube chat. Then leave us some feedback, because we tried some new things today and we really want to know your opinion on that. We are struggle with some things was great, so we need to hear from you what we need to change, or what we have to add to the next conference. And yeah, please go to our socials, because there you will have the newest updates. Again, we have our Discord. It's our new channel where updates and announcements will be faster, and also it's great place to chill, chat with community members. And just to sum up, it was the first run of PA Excellence Conference, and we want to say that we will have the next one in April. So yeah, join us and we will be glad to see you there. But now I need to say goodbye, and have a great evening, day, or morning. It depends on your time zone. Bye, guys.